I'm so excited. Oh, I love playing video games. I love story games. It's so good, especially psychological ones. I just love the whole human mind thing, messing up whatever. Also, what else? What else? Also, this morning was low-key kind of stressful for me because like everything was going well this morning, but then I encounter a lizard in my room. Mm. Okay, so like imagine, probably like around, I can't even see it. Okay, so like imagine this. You see the slipper? Imagine this, a lizard on top of this slipper. Like imagine that. Like imagine that. That's how big it was. I was freaking out. It was black and it was like staring me down and I got scared. And I knew I had to get rid of this thing, otherwise it's over. It's GG. What today is Tuesday? My Tuesday was not gonna be chill anymore. And so like I had to like get a broom and try to like I was like reading I was like on Google googling how to get rid of this thing, and Google says to get a broom to block its way to hide or something. And I was like, okay Google, I got you. Okay, so I got a broom. I was like smacking like under my bed. I couldn't find it under my bed. I was like confused, like where is it, and so then I was like, oh my gosh, this thing is really under my bed, and I just lost it. So after like a good like 20 or 20 minutes, I guess, it finally came out under my bed. And I was like on high alert. High alert means I was standing up. I was like waiting it out. I was clutching my broom. I was like, oh my gosh. And not only that, I just like moved so much furniture in my room to make sure it doesn't find a place to hide again. Like that was hard because like I have like I had to move my desk. I had to like pick up my PC. I had to move my monitors. I had to move my figurines. I was like, I had to move my plushies, every single thing, my computer chair, like I was like drenched in sweat, like mind you, because like I was doing so much because like I was freaking out. I was like, I can't have this thing stay in this room. He has to be evicted as soon as possible. And I was like, so like, what did I do? Oh my gosh. And so like it went out of under the bed, and I was like, thank God, okay, it has nowhere to go anymore. But it slipped through like my boxes of figurine, and I was like, oh my gosh, there's a gap. Like, I hear you screaming in terror. Like, I was literally freaking out because I was like, you know, because like usually, you know, I get my siblings or my parents to do this. I was like, I can't do this. Like I'm calling people and they're telling me to calm down, but I'm like, yeah, I can't calm down. Like, I can't relax with this in my room. I do not like these type of creatures. Like, we're not friends. And like, and then I was like, oh my gosh. And then like it went behind my figurine box, and I was like, no, there's a gap there. And then I tried to like spray, I tried to use a spray on it, but I couldn't spray on it because it went on top of my extension cord. And I was like, I can't spray it because if I spray it, my extension cord is gonna get messed up, and the stuff and things that are plugged in my extension cords are my PC stuff. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, I try to like, you know, I try to give it like a gentle like, you know, push to get off the wires so I can like, you know, spray it a little further, and it was not budging. And like I had to wait it out again. I was like sitting there locking eyes with it. Like, I was like, you know that one scene in Naruto when Madara is like, it was like the word time and Madara is like doing that eye thing, and I was like, that's me. I was like doing all this moving around, and then like it started moving, and then I turned around for one moment and to like look at my phone to like, you know, get some more tips, and this thing moved, but I didn't find it. And then later on, I was like, my heart was beating so fast, I was like, I lost it again. And I called my mom, and then my mom says that you gotta relax, and she said just she said get something to spray it, you know, and stuff. And then she says, I'm like, these advice are not, I'm like, okay. And so like I tried to relax, I tried to like, you know, get my inner woman strength, and I was like moving my computer desk, and I was like, this is gonna be the biggest one, because I was like, I was like moving some furniture around, but I was like, I can't, the PC, I was like, I was scared. And then it got near my PC, it got on top of my PC desk, and I was like, oh no, like it's like literally climbing up in my room, and I'm like, what the freak? Cause like, what if I was sleeping and this thing landed on my face? Cause like, no. And then like, it was on top of my PC cables where I plug in my monitor and my thing. It was staring you. It was. And then I was like, I took a gamble. I was like, do I spray it on my PC cable? Potentially my PC could get damaged and I wouldn't be able to stream for like a long time, or I could sleep soundly knowing this thing is gone. Like, you don't understand how much like I was like having like such a definite moment. I was like, I can't, like I was like so flustered. And then no hesitation, I sprayed it, and I was like, and then as soon as I did it, I was like, I feel like I was about to cry, because I was like, I can't believe I did that, because like, what if my PC got damaged? Because like that spray that I did is like, I could damage my PC for real. And then it was gone, and I was like, oh no. And then I was like googling more stuff, and I was like, there was like people in Reddit saying that they had a lizard died in their PC case, and I was like, I'm gonna lose it. And I was like, you're not in my PC, right? You can't be. And then I thought to myself, like, I'm gonna throw my PC, but I didn't want to do that, because I built my PC from scratch, and I was like, no, I need to calm down. I need to calm down and think rational, because I don't see this thing in my PC. So this thing couldn't be in my PC. It's trying to trick me. It's been trying to trick me this whole entire time. And then after some realization, I decided I moved my computer desk a little more, and there it was. It was behind my Alex drawer, and I was like, oh, there you are. And then I sprayed it. And then it flinched. And then it went in the corner, and it was trying to play dead. But I was like, no, you're not dead. You're trying to trick me again. And then I grabbed the broom to like squat it to get it out of the room. And that thing was so live. It was trying to climb the wall, and I was like, nope. And then it tried to go back under my bed, and I was like, what the freak are you doing? And I was like, but this time I had my room arranged where it can't escape to a certain can't escape. And so what did I do? I finally laid down. I called my mom again because like I need this support. And then she told me to get salt, and I was like, salt? So I ran immediately to the kitchen. I was like, oh my gosh, you're not getting away this time. I got you. And then I just poured the salt on him, because like I was like, I poured the salt. I poured that salt. I was like, I can't do this. I was like, please just go away. And he finally stopped, and I was like, oh my god, it's over. Like, I literally spent 2 hours like moving stuff, trying to come up with ways to get you out of here, moving furnitures. It was mentally exhausting and physically exhausting, because like I did not move. Like last time I moved this much furniture was when I moved into my house, and it was like crazy. And now, and then and then I was like, I tried to like put it in a dustbin to like, you know, get it outside, but I was like, if I put it in a dustbin, it might jump on top of my chest, and I think I might like, you know, just probably just end it all. But I just swept it up and put it outside, and now I'm happy. And I took a shower, and I ate breakfast like really late, like 2 in the afternoon, because I missed breakfast. And then I laid in my bed and chilled. But like, since my hand had the chemical since I was spraying chemical in my room, it was hard for me to breathe too, because like I had like bleach all over, because I sprayed bleach in certain spots in my room so it wouldn't go there. And like my room, it was hard to breathe. Like I tried to take a nap because I was so stressed, and the bleach was like making me I was getting hard to breathe. And not only that, even though I took a shower, the bleach was I still smelled the bleach in my hand, and I had a hard time sleeping, because like when I like put the blanket in my face, like the bleach was like messing me up, and I was getting a headache, and I was like, oh my god, this is it. But yeah, I chilled for a while. I relaxed. I ate dinner, and I ate dinner late because I was like trying to do stuff that I couldn't do, that I wasted 2 hours on. And so yeah, that's why I was late to streams. Yep, that's my whole story. Funny story, when I was in trade school in late 2018, I had a dead hornet under my PS5. Dead hornet under your PS5? What? How does that happen? What the heck? That sounds so bad. Oh, and also and so like, yeah, so because of that experience, I decided to go to Amazon, get Amazon Prime, and get a door stopper, so I do not have any more visits in my room. And yeah, so that's my story of my today, and also why I was late, because I was like sleeping and I was resting. I couldn't even finish doing my laundry. Like, everything was hectic today. E-bag, your thing is crazy. The dead hornet, that's so crazy. Oh, I hate bugs. I hate those type of things. I hate those creatures. Oh, I hate it. Whew. My hand still smells like bleach. I need more water. Alright guys, I think I did enough yapping. Let's go start Higurashi. I know that's all we came here for. Higurashi. Oh god, just thinking about it. This is like not the first time. Like last time also I found a cricket in my room. Like these creatures keep coming in my room and I don't know how. I think it's because my room is the only, like, I wouldn't say only one, but it's like the one closest to the patio, and I feel like since my room is closest to the patio, they come into my room first, or probably because my room is like all clutter and stuff, and they have like places to hide. But like, it pisses me off. It's always me. I'm always finding these creatures in my room, and I don't know where. And I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick of it. I'm getting a door stopper, and I'm preventing these things from getting in my room. I can't. I can't. No. Alright, let's go start Higurashi. Let me pause that music. Oof. Yeah, so that's my tidbit for today. That's my tidbit for today. My back seriously hurt. I don't know why, but the right side of my back like hurts like a lot. I don't know if it's because I sleep wrong or what, but like it hurt. I gotta stretch like so much. I feel like I gotta pull my arm until like I hear like a cracking noise in it. Cause like I don't, like, something's painful on like my right chest, my right back chest. It's so weird. Like I gotta like do like a lot of stretches. I don't know. It's because I don't work out that much. I don't like, when's the last time I worked out? I think it was like during the summer. That's when I worked last time I worked out. And then I stopped because like I was getting tired of it. And I managed to get some abs, but then I was like, I think that's enough. I don't feel like doing this anymore. It's all painful. But I probably should go back to do I guess I should go back to doing workout. But like I hate working out. But I feel like if I um keep doing it, maybe, wait a second. What the heck? When did I get this? What? Wait a second. When did I get this game? Zato? When did I purchase this? Oh my god. I am buying games without remembering. What? Oh wait. Did I? I don't remember getting this. Wait, I don't remember getting this game. Unless it's a free game. Okay, I can understand, but like I don't remember getting this game. Heck? Weird. Oh yeah, I got that achievement, Light to Rena. That was like the last achievement I got. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, no, Hard to Swallow. I got the trophy Hard to Swallow because Keiichi swallowed the needle. Well, manga gamer. Aren't you guys excited? I wanted to stream on TikTok, but I don't know how to stream on TikTok. Let me make myself smaller. Alright, guys. We are playing Higurashi When They Cry, aka When the Cicadas Cries. That's really cute. I'm kind of scared, low key. I'm kind of scared. Chapter 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 4 more chapters to go. Last time we played was March 5th. It's what, March? It's been 5 days. Oh, also, I have a package coming in tomorrow. I bought this really cute Bratz slumber party jacket, and I'm so excited for it. It was on like Hot Topic for like $40, but I got it on Mercari for $17. Good deal. I hope it fits me though, cause like the size did say medium, but like I feel like the size says medium, and I feel like okay, that's okay, but at the same time I like my jackets to be baggy and oversized because I like to feel, I think that's cute and comfy when you have like baggy jackets. But it said that even though it's a medium, it can like, it's like the size of an XL, and I was like, okay, I can settle with that because like cause like I love getting jackets like in XL or plus size because like I don't know, the big sizes are really really nice, big and nice and comfy. Like I don't know, getting a jacket in your own size just I don't know, I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. I hope I'm not the only one who like gets a jacket, like get you know you get like a jacket or a shirt like you know one up your size or twice your size because comfiness. Same thing with sweatpants. I just love being comfy. Wait, what was the new tip? Wait. Okay, let me see the new tip. Okay, what's a drug that makes you commit suicide? I think I read this before I end the stream.
単刀直入に自殺させる薬ってないんですか？
直接的にはない。
遠回しですね。では間接的にはあるってことですか？
自殺したくなる精神状態を誘発することはできる。ちゅうことだ。
難しい言い方になりましたね。何ですかその自殺したくなる精神状態ってのは。
Mental state.
例えば一般的な心理学見地から言えばじゃが、心理面が内向状態から外向状態に転じるときに最も自殺が多いと言われちょる。
Okay, game audio, are you okay? Clinical depression and bipolar disorder are different. I think we read this already. Clinical depression indicates a prolonged state of depression, whereas bipolar disorder is characterized. Stop talking.
内向状態の時は自信を喪失し、非常に悲観的だ。だが自殺もせん。
Heyo, back with Higurashi. Hey, Ruben. Oh my gosh, I'm like low-key being so sensitive about saying the word now. I gotta say this right. I love Higurashi. I can't stay away from this game. I think the game's a little bit too loud. I don't know. I guess this is good. Right here. Yeah, put it up a little bit.
今度は逆に非常に自信過剰で行動的なので自らを順風満帆と思う。だから自殺などせんのだ。
I think I already read this, so I'm just gonna skip this. Okay, yeah, I guess I did read this already. Scary. Threat. Okay, I think I already seen these two before the stream ended, so I'm just going to go straight and continue the game. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of muffled footsteps stopped in front of my door to my room. Oh my gosh, it's never ending for you, Keiichi. A moment of silence as if whomever they belonged to was asserting if I was inside. That's scary. Of all things I should have been doing, I continue on with my restless slumber. Don't go to sleep! I was very much conscious, but my body hadn't caught up yet. Paralyzed state? Even with danger bearing down on me from beyond the door, it was as if I was completely paralyzed, unable to move. Ooh, reminds me of that one Shiki episode when, like, the main character, he was, like, kind of paralyzed, semi-paralyzed. Like, Megumi was coming into his room, and he couldn't move to save his friend, and that was scary, okay? Without a doubt, this was sheer terror. Yep, it is. Please, just leave. Hey, why isn't my body awake yet? If they came into my room right now, then... Ah! Oh my gosh, the panicking. I feel it. Of course, it's his mom. I sprung to my feet and threw my covers at my mom, who was opening the door. Knock much? What do you mean, what's the matter? You let killers into the house.
ごめん。
I thought it was still 1 or 2 a.m. But the morning sun was already streaming through the gap between the curtains. It felt like nothing like morning. Yesterday, I must have fallen asleep right after that. Then I should have gotten a full 10-hour rest. But it didn't feel like that at all. My internal clock was completely screwed up and my sense of balance fell off. I felt feverish enough that it was clear to me that I was still not well. Yeah, but they did threaten you to go to school, you know, tomorrow.
どうケイチ体の調子はどう学校行けそう
I felt far from well enough. No, I wasn't mentally fit to go. I was still plagued with the terror from yesterday. If I had swallowed that needle, what would have happened? Then you probably would have gotten... I don't know what would have happened. I'm not a doctor, but probably your throat would have probably got, like, messed up or something. Like, maybe the shards would have probably, like, cut your throat, and then you probably would have bleed blood in there and probably choked on your blood or something, maybe. Or what if it had pierced my tongue? There was undoubtedly a murderous intent, but I don't think that was all it was. If they really wanted to kill me, then there was other, more certain ways to do it. They wouldn't resort to such a dubious method as such having me swallow a needle. They were giving you a warning, Keiichi. They were giving you a warning that if you don't come to school, we're gonna do a lot worse than putting a needle in your food. Meaning, I didn't want to believe it, but going that far was just a threat from Rena and Mion? Aren't you glad you didn't die? But next time, we'll use a more assured method. Like that. Something like sending a letter with a razor inside would have been a joke compared to this.
ちゃんと病院は行った
Mom, please.
お薬は飲んだの
まあ一応
Oh my god, my back. I need to go to the spa, like, or something. Something about my mom's dubious gaze bothered me. She seemed more concerned about her son missing 2 days of school rather than him being sick. What's the problem, Mom? Like, are you hiding a secret lover? Like, come on. It was definitely mental fatigue. I wasn't really physically ill.
一度生活の
I
リズ
feel
ムを
that,
崩す
Keiichi.
となかなか戻らないんだから
When my job gives me like the same shift back to back, and I have to like honestly it drains me mentally. Like I feel like I gotta like call off sometimes, just get a day off and just refresh from all that. School too, yeah. High school was so stressful.
さら起きて起きて病は気からって言うのよ
Wellness is a state of mind. Our mom hates us. I heard that line many times before. I was given an award in elementary school for having perfect attendance, but it wasn't like I was healthier than everyone.
ささ顔洗ってらっしゃいご飯はもうできてるわよもうレナちゃんが来るまであまり時間がないわよ
Rena? Mom, we're not friends anymore. Mom's tone meant I couldn't argue about it, so I had to give up on skipping a second day. She really does not want us to, like, stay home. She's suspicious.
今の壁にボタ餅を投げつけたのはケイチ
Oh yeah. Honestly, Keiichi, you could have thrown it in the garbage. Why did you throw it at the wall?
ダメよあんなことしちゃお父さん怒ってたわよ
I didn't feel particularly guilty for doing it, so I didn't have much of a reaction. Honestly, I think you should tell your parents. Maybe, you know, maybe they could do something or something. I don't know. Also, Mom didn't question me any further about it. She headed back downstairs after she was certain I was getting up. Like, the mom does not care. She just cares about the kitchen being dirty. She didn't even ask why I did it. She didn't ask, like, she's our op too. What Mion said as she left yesterday, I hate it if you miss school tomorrow. Come back and dwelled in the back of my head. What does she mean by that? I didn't even really have to think about it. She was saying, don't be absent. Taking that a bit further, it was the same as her saying I should just go about living my life as if nothing happened. But it did happen, and I could never be friends with people like that again. If I showed any sign of acting unusual, it would probably result in them making their move. That's kind of scary. You have to fake being friends with them in order to make everything normal. If I act differently, someone like Oishi-san, for example, might end up noticing that something is up. Meaning, if I didn't watch my mouth or did anything differently from the norm, in effect, it would end up communicating something to those who were undesirable. And it seemed that something that the girls didn't intend to forgive. So, if I just went along as normal, no harm would come to me. Was that how it's gonna be? All the misery I experienced up until yesterday would almost creepily just fade away. It was an enticing deal. But just by forgetting everything I've seen or heard these last few days, I'll be able to keep living on like normal. It's funny because like in the anime, like he was gung-ho on you know, getting these girls. Like in the anime, he was ready to fight. Like he got a baseball bat. Anytime he like Mion or Rena did something funny, he would like swing that bat as a warning to them. I thought that was kind of funny, but he was locked in on, so he was survival mode. Keiichi, he's ready to be submissive and just make sure everything stay the same. And I say that's not bad, but like these people are out to get you. You need to lock in. I swallow hard. I once again deliberate on the idea that I had just rejected. Mion was probably a good person who had her friends at heart. She was giving me, who had mistakenly broken some rules of theirs, a chance. Oh my god. You are an outsider, Keiichi to them. What was I did really something so unforgivable? But Mion had given me another chance. She was saying if I just forget everything and kept living on like I had been before, I'll be different. This is totally different from the anime because like Keiichi did not forget. He took that as a sign.
Keiichi! ご飯冷めちゃうわよ。急いで降りてらっしゃい。早くしないとレナちゃんが来ちゃうわよ。
Who cares about her? I crammed my textbooks into my bags and hastily made my way downstairs. picked up my somewhat bland breakfast. I seemed like I didn't have much time. It was already past when I usually met up with Rena. Given yesterday's events, she'd probably be here in the next 5 minutes. To watch you. I needed to be ready to head to school by then. I had to forget everything that had just happened in the past two days. Forget it all and return to my normal life. For this to be normal, I have to be where I normally met up with Rena. Today of all days, the rice was dry and hard to get down. Thank you, Mom. Appreciate that. Oh no. I jumped up the sound and dropped my chopsticks. That chime signaled that Rena had arrived. Mom hurried me along. Our mom, she does not understand. My mother merrily smiles and my gloomy face were polar opposites. Honestly, I was reluctant to see Rena, who was waiting there on the other side of the door. The Rena on the other side? Was it the Rena I knew? I couldn't keep her waiting. I needed to do things as usual. Oh my god. An invigorating greeting filtered in from across the doorway. Why she said that twice? She got an inner voice in her. But that was probably only if I precipitated. Forget everything from yesterday? Pretend as though nothing had happened? She got inner demons in her. Forget about the gruesome dismemberment? Forget about the mysterious death that's happening the following years? Forget about the people falling to their death? And the terminal illness and suicide? The fatal beatings and the disappearance? Forget it. Forget all of it. Forget that Rena and Mion were scary? Of course. Forget it all. Forget about all of it. Forget about the mochi too. Forget. Oh my god. I feel so bad for him. I didn't like Keiichi, but, you know, I don't want him to suffer. Rena once again asked it to make sure.
あ、あ、大丈夫だよ。
You guys did threaten me, so I have to go to school, right?
よかった。じゃあ行こう。みーちゃん待ってるよ。
Oh, Mion is coming? Rena showed me her usual bright smile. I couldn't find any hint of deceit in her expression. My nervousness dissipated, giving way to relief. Oh no.
なのにさとこちゃんね、絶対にできるって意地になっちゃって。
What are you talking about? As we were walking, Rena talked about a lot of different stuff, more so than usual.
それで？
さとこちゃん不吉祥だから何度やってもできないの。はかいかったんだよ。
So, do you still have a crush on Rena now, Keiichi? Everything Rena talked about was just silly nonsense, so I just reply every so often and laugh from time to time. It's rather a laid-back conversation. This is the most fakest conversation ever. Like, like, you know, yeah, you threatened me yesterday, and like, I'm just gonna go in. I'm just gonna, you know, go along with whatever you say, you know, laugh it like it's normal. Haha, hee hee, you know, yeah, we're still friends. Oh, I wanna get ready from this girl. Like, it's crazy. We passed by one of our neighbors and they called out to us. Like, there's like 4 chapters left. I wonder what's gonna happen. Like, I mean, I probably know what's gonna happen because I saw the anime, but still.
あれ？ケイチちゃんにレナちゃん。今日はちょっと遅いんじゃないの？ミオンちゃん、先に行くって言ってたわよ。
みーちゃん怒ってるかな。怒ってるかな。早く行こう、ケイチくん。
After greeting our neighbor with a smile, Rena turned back to me and poked her tongue out. Not expecting that, I couldn't help but crack a smile.
ケイチくん笑った。
なんだよ。
Rena stopped and stared at me.
ケイチくん、今朝もなんか元気なかったから、まだ風邪が治らないのかなって思ってたけど、大丈夫みたいだね。だね。
Yeah, repeating this words 2 times. She got some inner demons in her. It's that inner demons repeating the words back to seem normal, mimicking her or something. With a grin, she gently poked my cheek. Also, I'm watching a new anime. I'm starting Demon Slayer. I watched the first episode and I got chills. It's so good. I'm so excited to finish the first season. Like, I think I might binge this show later. It's so good. Like, wow. Like, wow. Like, I saw Demon Slayer when it first came out, like, I think the manga, like, a few years back, but you know, I wanted to wait until it had, like, more chapters or something. I think Demon Slayer had, like, how many chapters? Like, I think, like, 10 chapters at the time. I don't remember when Demon Slayer came out, but it didn't have that much chapters for me to start on it. And then it had an anime, and then I was like, but I can understand the hype, what people were talking about. It's really good. It's so good. Man, the first episode was. I don't want to spoil it, but yeah, first episode was goated. I loved it. That scene with Tanjiro's parents and siblings, that was scary. It's gonna be a long. It's going to be long till you get to chapters with the best of the series. Oh, Demon Slayer. Oh, OST. I think the first opening already sounds really good. I really loved it. Like that, like when the first episode ended, I was like, "Ooh, this is giving me shit." Oh, you're talking about Higurashi? Oh, we were talking about Demon Slayer. My favorite soundtrack from Higurashi is, of course, the first season opening. I love that, and the second season opening too. Is the OST in the game different from the anime? And also, what chapter is that? I'm on chapter 10 now. It can't be too long. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. How can you still doubt Rena after she showed you a smile like that? Keiichi, stop thinking with that. Stop. I don't want to say ding dong, but like, think with your head. Like, think what happened to you yesterday. Think about it. Maybe I just had a high fever up until today, and I imagined everything that I thought happened because I was bedridden and delirious. Keiichi. Stop. Musical tracks, yes. Yes, are great. Ooh, okay. Keiichi is so delusional. It's confusing me because in the anime he was ready to, he was ready to beat people up. I really hoped that was the case. You better hurry up and buck up, Keiichi. I need you to be strong. If God would grant me just one wish, there's only one thing that I wish for. I would want what happened in the past few days, more specifically from the night of the Watanagashi up until last night. I want all of that to have never happened. You're playing game 1. The great tracks don't come until game 5 or 6. Oh my god! I thought you meant like chapter, not game. Game 5 or 6. That's gonna be a while. Unless, I wonder how many times I wished for this past few days. As long as Rena kept on smiling like this, I think it might have just become reality. My god. So I wanted Rena to keep on smiling. Keep on smiling.
で、ケイチくん。昨日のおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれた？
Keiichi! Run! That vain wish of mine was instantly shattered. Keiichi, she's trying to kill you! My heart began palpitating? What? The relaxed morning mood suddenly became frigid. Fun fact, in the original game 1 through 4, the music tracks were all royalty, coffee-free music. I love that. Rena's smile was the same as usual. Her eyes were gentle as usual. Those mochis yesterday? Did you eat them all? Of course she wasn't asking the question at face value. In other words, Rena was asking, did you get the message? She was probably trying to convey that. She's threatening you.
ケイチくん？
I was reluctant to give an answer. Rena stopped walking and stared deeply into my eyes. Answer her, Keiichi. Don't hesitate, Keiichi Maebara. Maebara? That sounds like Kuwabara from Yu Yu Hakusho. Every time I hear his name. Rena was acting the same as usual, as always, wasn't she? I needed to respond in my usual way. Naturally, of course. But both my throat and mouth had gone dry. My lips were stuck together. You're so scared. You're so scared. All you want to do is just go back to the normal ways. But you can't. You can't. Because you're next. They're going to kill you either way. Doesn't matter how you put it. Hurry and answer, Keiichi. Not that much time had passed. I could still keep the conversation going naturally. I had to say something quickly. Give me some options. I will help you. Delicious. Rena playfully mimicked what I said when I finally squeaked something out. Rena's reaction was still normal. It seemed that there wasn't as long as a pause as I thought. Somehow, I finally squeaked out the rest. However, my string effort neither sullied nor brightened Rena's expression, as she didn't like that answer. For a moment, I panicked, thinking I had replied incorrectly. But after a few moments, Rena broke into her usual smile and giggle with a joyful voice that seemed to echo through the morning air. Being strung along by that laugh, I couldn't help but laugh as well.
そうなんだ。
Okay.
で、全部食べたのかな？かな？
Oh my god. My timid smile froze again. Did you make it without swallowing the sewing needle? Was that what she was asking? If I had swallowed it, then I wouldn't be here.
いや、全部は食べきれなかったからさ。まだ残ってるんだよ。
I was scared out of my wits, but that's how I played it. I'm scared for you.
どれがレナが作ったのか当てる宿題はどうなっちゃったのかな？
I think I know which one you made. Don't worry about that. She...
あの宿題って今日までだったっけ？
うん、今日までなんだよ。
Why did the music stop when she said that?
みーちゃん怒るよ。きっと罰ゲームだね。
Keiichi, they're gonna kill you. They're gonna hunt you down. We both laugh at each other again. To a casual observer, it was just a typical morning. If I could just let myself believe, then even I think it was just a usual morning routine. But I was certain I wasn't mistaken. There was something unimaginable buried beneath the facade of this giggling Rena. Oh my god! I recall that unexpected piercing voice that I could hardly believe came from Rena's mouth. The moment that image crossed my mind, I felt a cold sweat trickle down my back. Was it only at that particular time that something evil had possessed Rena? No, that was wrong. That was still Rena. Oishi-san told me, didn't he?
実は調べてみたら、竜宮さんは引っ越しの少し前に学校で謹慎処分を受けているんですよ。
They said she was bipolar or something?
なんでも学校中のガラスを割って回ったんだとか。
Ooh, that scared me. Rena had a disorder that normal people didn't. No matter how pleasantly she smiled, that fact would not change. But I couldn't even imagine how she looked as she broke all the glass throughout the school. One thing I knew was that it wasn't something spur of the moment. If it was some sudden outburst of anger, then maybe she'd break the pan or two. But she broke all the windows all throughout her school. Are you telling me she broke all the windows in her school and nobody stopped her? What? The creator was also a social worker, which became very evident in later games. Really? That's an interesting fact. Hi, Soul. Ooh, how's your donathon? What's still going? So you're telling me she broke like all the windows in the school and nobody stopped her? Like, are you guys serious? It's good? Nice. So happy for you. Get that. Oh my god, my back. Oh my gosh, I can't stand sitting in the chair. I can't. Yeah, the details in the fight against the child constellation center. Oh my god, I can't read. Okay, I can't wait for that. Just Rena being Rena. Yep, just Rena being Rena. I love her. Her and Rika, best girls in the game. And sometimes Shion and Mion. Well, I can't tell. I didn't really have much appearance with Shion, so I can't really say Shion. But, nah. But this is just anime version. Game? It's kind of scary. I feel bad for Keiichi in this moment. I did say I did not like Keiichi, but, you know, I don't want him to get hurt. He's just a normal guy. He just came to the wrong village. Rena is best. She is, even though she is crazy. Just imagine going through your own school, breaking windows with a bat. Ooh, nice CG. Like, look at this. You're telling me she had a bat and she was breaking windows and they didn't stop her? I mean, game version, obviously. See, I like the Rena just because of the anime. But game Rena she's scary. But I gotta figure her out at the end of the game. But I can understand, she has like a bat, so if you guys try to stop her, she'll probably swing at you. Swinging full force at each pan of glass, one after another, paying no heed to the flying shards. Your classmates aghast. Unable to move from the sudden turn of event, I wonder where she could have gotten the most windows lined up in a row. Probably the hallway. Walk, wind up. Walk, wind up. Jesus. I ain't stopping a weapon wielding maniac. True. That's the teacher's job. Why am I gonna stand in front of a girl who's wielding a bat? Are we still on Onikakashu, or is this a later chapter? We are still on. Wait, I think the first chapter is Onikakashu. We have like 4 chapters left. I think there's 13 chapters in the first. There's 13 sub chapters in the first chapter, and I'm on chapter 10. Almost done. We're almost done with this game. It was difficult for me to connect that horrifying image with the Rena smiling at me right now. I don't know if I should either finish getting I don't know if I should get one of the endings to the after this, go back and get another ending from Steins Gate, or play the second game. But I feel like I might go back to Steins Gate because I really want to get the true ending at the same time. I just took a break from it because I was playing the game for like a little too long and it was like really pissing me off. It was difficult for me to connect. Oh wait, I think I read that. But I just had to imagine it. Impossible, because it was unimaginable. That naive way of thinking no longer worked it. The unpleasantness, piercing sound of shattered glass. The crunching noise as Rena treads across the broken shards, walking towards me. Rena's such a badass. Look at that. Rena's classmates going pale as they forget to even breathe. I wonder what they did as Rena came closer, breaking windows along her path. I wouldn't be surprised if she broke somebody's arm. Did they earnestly try to bring her to her sense by saying something? Or did they jump at her, trying to stop her savagery? Savagery. I'm a savage. Classy. Or did they run to the staff room to call the teachers? Yeah, this is a teacher job. Probably none of those. They're telling me nobody call a teacher and just let her do whatever. And the teachers weren't here to like... What the heck were the teachers? In the face of that blood-curdling sight of Rena busting windows after windows, undoubtedly all they could do was silently clear a path for her. After you. Of course, after you. Basically. Dumbfounded, just clearing the path for Rena to continue. It would be cruel to blame anyone for looking the other way. They for real looked the other way. No, they weren't simply looking the other way. They knew it was the only way they could protect themselves. If they had done something differently from the rest, they may have suddenly found themselves as Rena's new target. Yeah, like, instead of, like, smashing windows, she probably would have smashed somebody else with that bat. Whoosh, whoosh. What would Rena have done to whoever attracted her attention? She'd probably be on the news. The answer was obvious. She would have undoubtedly acted according to her whims. Dang, Rena was a savage back in the days. Meaning I would be the next window. Rena, staring into my eyes, shards of glass crunching and crackling underfoot as she drew closer. I was also drawn into her eyes, paralyzed. Whoa. Then Rena struck me with the bat over and over again like I was one of those windows. Are you dreaming, or is she actually doing this to you? I crouched down on the floor, desperately protecting my head. Rena didn't care whether it was my head or my back. Wait, is she really attacking him? I don't remember this. Zestfully, she hit me again and again. What? What kind of expression was she making as she was doing this over and over again? I peered up to see. Her expression was so indifferent. It was completely unnerving. Is she actually beating him with a bat? No, wait. This isn't his head. No way. It was because no matter how many times she struck me, I didn't make as pleasant a sound as the other windows. He has to be dreaming. Because, like, there's no way she's just beating him like this in bright daylight. She struck me continuously, over and over again. The sound Rena wanted didn't come out. Our classmates standing around didn't try to stop her. Okay. He's thinking with his head. They didn't want to be the next window. Somebody save me. Keiichi. You're having some vivid dreams. Turning a blind eye unless we're hanging out. But of course, everyone in class scrambled to obtain the highest standardized test score. They gained nothing from saving a cram school tryhard like me. What are you talking about? Oh. Eventually there would be a faint sound, similar to when you crack open a walnut, and some sort of reddish-black spray would shoot out. God, the image. I think it's him envisioning the scenario. The window smashing, it's real, but not Keiichi's preference. Keiichi is super scared. Anyways, it wasn't that Rena momentarily lost herself in her anger. After forcing myself to breathe and calming down my heart, I recall what Oishi-san told me.
でですね、そのカウンセリングをした医師のカルテにレナさんの会話内容が記載されているんですがね、その中に出てくるんですよ。結構。
Bit of what?
何がです？
出てくるんですよ。親代様って単語が。
She's possessed, she's crazy, I don't know what's going on, but she's probably all of above. Following that, Rena was suspended and had a regular examination at the hospital. Then as Rena was undergoing counseling, she said it over and over again. Oyashiro-sama.
親代様っていう幽霊みたいなものがですね、夜な夜な自宅にやってくるっていうんですよ。
Wow.
枕元に立って自分を見下ろすんだって。
That was only a piece of their conversation, so I still couldn't see the big picture, but it was no means a happy little conversation. Then what Rena did? Was she saying that ghastly incident was a result of her being possessed by Oyashiro-sama? Up until now, I didn't want to believe in Oyashiro-sama curse. That's why I wanted to say the mysterious deaths every year happen because of some sort of conspiracy. I bet it's conspiracy too, and they're just glossing it over, making it seem like a curse, so they can scare the people. Every time I talk with Oishi-san, I was more certain that the deaths were the work of men and not of some curse. Except, if it was people perpetrating the incident, my friends were somehow deeply connected. Like, when I say deeply connected, deeply connected. If I refused to believe that the curse was real, then I would have to believe those who acted the kindness to me were deeply involved in the incident. Yeah, fake. Why? How? For what reason? Was Rena? Was everybody? It was much more painful and troublesome than accepting that it was just Oyashiro-sama curse. You need to tell your parents and get the F out of here. Like, that's what you need to do. Stop trying to solve it like you're some, like what? Nancy Drew or something. In the aftermath, Rena had admitted to her doctor that it was because she was possessed by Oyashiro-sama. I felt a strange sense of relief from that. I think Rena has some deep-seated issues because of what happened with her parents, and she's probably using the curse as her relief. That's it. Like, there has to be a logical reason for all of this. So that's how it is. That wasn't a second side to Rena. She did that because she was possessed by something strange like Oyashiro-sama. It wasn't Rena's fault. Oyashiro-sama was the one to blame. I knew it. This was all backwards. Refusing to believe that there was a curse, I wanted there to be a human perpetrator. Now that my close friends were the ones under suspicion, I changed my belief at my own convenience, saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse to blame, which was the better choice, accepting that Oyashiro-sama curse exists. That Rena was the worst of them, or deeply involved in the string of mysterious death? I didn't want to think about it. If I didn't think about it, I'll be able to continue the same as always. I wanted to believe that. But that was no longer possible. I had received their message. It was pathetic of me to try and bend the meaning of my own convenience. Regardless of whether my opponent were a human or a curse, I won't let it kill me. That's right! That's right, Keiichi! I'm so happy for you. As if I would just bend over and give in. For no good reason at all. I'm happy for you. You finally accepted. What happened with Rena's parents again? I don't remember what happened with her mom, but I know his dad she had a stepmom. I remember Rena had like I don't remember what happened with her mom. I think her mom died or something I don't remember if it was in the village or what, but divorce. Oh, but I remember Rena had like a stepmom, and the stepmom wasn't like a very good person, and she was swindling the dad. And I just remember Rena going crazy on her because like Rena figured it out, and then I think Rena killed her because like she was like making threats saying that "Oh, I'm pregnant with your dad's child," but Rena didn't believe her. She thinks that was somebody else's baby. I think she went ham on her. Yeah, the Force mess up kids, and Rena's an example of that. I bet that was probably I don't know. I do not believe there's a demon at work. I believe this is the result of people. I think Rena is just crazy. Mion is just she's just her parents are her family is very influential, and so like Mion has to act tough for the village and stuff, and she's probably threatening people, and she used Rena because she's using Rena's like illness as a you know it's just I don't know. There can't be a demon. I'll be crazy. But then again, I did see some paranormal stuff in the show, so maybe there is a demon in the work. But like, I don't know. Playing the game, it doesn't feel like it.
さっきから変な顔してる。なんでだろう。
Inhaling sharply upon hearing Rena's voice, I came back to my senses. How did you get over here? Before I had realized it, we were already at the entrance. Shaking my head a few times, I exorcist all those terrifying thoughts. Mother was cheating and got pregnant. The mother or the stepmother? Yeah. Wait, didn't Rena kill her? Or am I thinking of a different anime? Excuse me. Oh, biological mother? Okay. Probably messed her up that, his new girl was cheating on him. Was this in the game too? Or isn't it the second game? I don't remember much. That's why the divorce. Oh. Oh, okay. No matter how you look at it, there was no way Rena could have done such a terrible things. I don't know. But yeah, did they say that in the anime? I don't remember that. All I know is that Rena beat the stepmom or girlfriend or whatever, because she was pregnant and stuff. Yeah, that was the part of why Rena attacked the other woman for doing the same thing. Yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, good. I was trying to placate myself. What? Oh my god, there's such serious stuff going on, and we gotta deal with these childish. As I slide the door open, a blackboard eraser loaded with chalk dropped down on my head at the moment I stepped into the classroom. Like, Satoko, she needs to realize there's bigger things than her. I wouldn't be surprised if Keiichi slapped her, and he just over it. The chalk dust went into my eyes, inducing a brief moment of agony. Oh, it's so bright. I thought she was annoying too. Keiichi and her, annoying. But they were the most normal people in the show. Surprisingly.
ずる休みのケイチさんにはお似合いですことよ。ケイチもレナもおはようございますです。おはよう、さとこちゃんにリカちゃん。
Not quite in the mood for it. I didn't really react to Satoko's trap. I mean, I'm saying, like, you just recovered from a cold, and now you gotta deal with this, and you had, like, Rena and Mion threatening you. Satoko braced herself as I passed by, expecting me to attack her. She seemed a bit disappointed as I simply walked by silently.
何なんですの？張り合いがありませんわ。ケイチ、まだ本調子じゃないみたいです。
Uh-oh.
だから、今日は加減してあげて、ね。
Suddenly, there was a slap down on my shoulder. It hurt a bit. Mion.
よ、ケイちゃん、しっかり休んできた？
It was Mion. These guys are such good actors, cause like, these are teenagers or like little kids. It's crazy. My mind was full with the stuff about Rena, but Mion was also a party of interest. Remember, Keiichi, that hawkish gaze from yesterday?
Ah, ohayo.
I remember.
なんだなんだ。随分と覇気のない挨拶じゃん。差し入れのおはぎ、ちゃんと食べてくれなかったの？
They keep talking about the mochi. I'm like this because I ate them. Those words were itching to be blurted out.
やっぱ食欲がなくてさ。いくつかは食べたけど、だいぶ残しちゃったんだ。
あれ、じゃあ宿題は？どれがレナの手作りかってのの回答は？
ケイチくん宿題忘れなんだって。
Oh my gosh, she's laughing like that, but
ありゃー。じゃあ仕方ないね。罰ゲーム。ひひひひひ。
flashing a lurid smile, Mion returned to her seat. Low-key, I feel like returning to Skyrim, but I don't know. I haven't played an open world game in a while. There was nothing about from our exchange that would cause our classmates to suspect anything was amiss. But of course, anyone listening to our conversation up until this morning wouldn't see anything suspicious. That was why it was so frightening. They acted in a way that regardless of whatever happened to Keiichi Maebara, no one would ever suspect them. The fact had me terrified. That is scary. Soon the teacher came. The fact that I see you a lot in the game, but in the anime you had no presence, that I didn't even know you had blue hair, kind of freaks me out a little bit. After she asked how I felt and took attendance, another dull, ordinary day began. Alright, let's get to the action. This free study period was a convenient time to consider where I stood. Where you stood? I gently closed my eyes and pondered the ridiculous position I was in right now. First of all, what I shouldn't forget was how dangerous of a situation I was in. I had fallen out of favor with them. After interacting with Oishi-san multiple times, I could see I was getting closer to the heart of the matter. The warning yesterday with the mochi was a good indicator of that. No, calling it a warning was just my habit of understanding things. It probably had no meaning beyond the stunting my progress and buying themselves some time. Until they had a method of completely erasing me. They were just biding their time. Even though they were keeping me under their thumb with threats, it didn't change the fact that I knew too much. The chilling sensation of my desk made me recall Satoshi Hokujo, the boy who was using the seat until last year when he disappeared. Was he also similar to me? He was! Did he learn something he shouldn't have and was erased? Honestly, I don't remember much about Satoshi, other than the fact that he's Satsuko's brother. And that's it. And plus I know that the Hojo family was kind of, I think they were against the Dan, I think. Not against, but they were supporting it. I'm not sure. I don't remember much about the family. Damn! I wouldn't let them get rid of me so easily. Never. Oh my god, my stomach. But were they really trying to kill me? I had these contradictory what the heck, feelings for a while now. Even though I suspect them, I felt I had to cover for them. Friendship. Sick. I need to change my phone out. It's overheating. I'll be right back. I have to stretch my body. Let me be right back. Oh my gosh, my stomach. use the bathroom so bad. But I have a stream to do. I'll go after the stream. I'll go after the stream. Oh god. Oh. Oh my god. A friend told me they're playing Yume, and wow, I'm playing Higurashi. That's so cute. Okay. Even having witnessed all their suspicious behavior, a warning like this just made it seem like an elaborate hoax. No, that's just what I want to believe. Doubting my friends? Covering for them? My life was in danger. Danger! Or was it? Actually, I was debating the wrong point. Given my current situation, those points were something that should have been deliberated on a long time ago. I don't know what Keiichi is yapping about, but he needs to get on with the action. But really, Rena and the rest of them? Were they actually aiming to kill me? He's really yapping. I understand, but like, wow. The little voice inside me continued to torment me with these unresolvable train of thoughts. I'm happy for you. Are you an idiot, Keiichi Maebara? The answer should be obvious. But maybe that sewing needle might have been just an accident, right? Wrong. How could you screw up and drop a sewing needle into a piece of mochi? The benefit of the doubt can only go so far. Listen to your inner voice. Both Rena and Mion had acted and behaved suspiciously, but maybe it was all some sort of misunderstanding. Okay, tell him, ask him about it. But what kind of misunderstanding? It wasn't just suspicious, it was outright ludicrous, right? Rena just corrected me for lying, and Mion only asked me what I had for lunch. Rena was standing outside my door, eavesdropping for a solid hour? Yeah, see, that's suspicious too. Like, what is Rena doing standing by your door? She was probably just waiting for my phone call to end. Really? And leaving as soon as she got the information? For a whole hour outside your room? And is it normal to go home afterwards without saying anything? Exactly. She didn't say anything at all. Like your parents had to tell you. Like, scary. You heard from Oishi-san, didn't you? About what Rena did at her former school? But at the hospital, she said it was Oyashiro-sama's fault. No, Keiichi. Rena is deranged.
いい加減にしろよ、前原圭一。お前、命を狙われてるって自覚あるのかよ。
Thank you. Now get that bat and start swinging on people now. Come on. I eventually blurted those words out. Oh my gosh, Keiichi, you idiot. Hearing myself say that so directly left me dumbfounded for a few moments. Afterward, I had to look around to check if anybody else had heard it. My little so cute. What the heck is this word? So cute. Cut a little too close to the truth. Even though I could feel the murderous intent from Rena and the others, part of me somewhere was still trying to deny that. They're gonna get you after school. They're gonna get you. It's late in the game. Such hesitation could be fatal. I knew that. But I was just your average student. A man living his normal, ordinary life. So you think I could suddenly believe that my friends, who I had just been happily laughing together with until last Sunday, now intended to kill me? Right? I know, it sounds crazy, but you gotta do what you gotta do. You really are. Like, you did too much thinking. You gotta protect yourself now. This time, I remembered to keep my voice down so only I could hear it. There was one thing I now understood. I was too soft. I didn't completely understand how dangerous Rena and the rest of them are. No, I wasn't trying to understand. I was too soft for not listening to Oishi-san when he earnestly showing me the heart of the matter. I didn't listen because I was too busy pretending to be dejected. I didn't comprehend it. I was just running away. I didn't comprehend it, so nobody had any notion to try and kill me. I needed to get rid of such naive doubts. Good. As I made that resolution, I heard the bell signaling the end of class. Get away from these guys. So soon. The day was already over. I didn't recall eating lunch or doing anything in class. My friends were putting their desks together in preparation for club activities. Nah, no club activities. F that. My club activity is getting you guys. Not long ago, I would probably have happily jumped into the circle.
あらあらケイチさん、帰り支度とはあんまりですことよ。
No, Satoko, this is over, okay? I'm not playing these games with you guys, okay? This little friendship group is no more, okay? The way Satoko spoke was so typical and familiar. It almost physically hurt.
あれケイチくん、今日は都合悪いのかな今日こそ二人で大勝利。はあ
Seeing Rena's expression, which said she was really looking forward to today, was hard to take. Hey Keiichi, maybe Oishi-san is just some enormous jerk trying to separate me and from the others by lying to me. Stop, Keiichi. Stop being in denial, okay? Stop it. It hurts me. Trying to expunge such a weak-minded thinking? I slapped myself in the face. I love that. I love that.
ケイチくん
Oh my gosh, my hand still smells like bleach. Oh my god. Let me drink some water. Was Rena really trying to kill me? I wish someone would tell me it was a hoax. I didn't care if it was actually one or not. I just wanted someone to say it was. Ugh, yet another weak-willed dot. How did I ever become this naive?
大丈夫？頭痛いの？
Does your head hurt? Yeah, my head hurts. Apparently, that was how my inner dilemma appeared to Rena.
顔色悪いよ。一人で帰れる？
Don't touch her.
送ってった方がいいかな？
I think you're the problem.
いや、いい。ごめん、一人で帰れる。部活はみんなでやってくれよ。
Upon hearing that, I wasn't going to participate in the club meeting. Mion pouted unhappily. Yeah, she's not gonna forget that.
ケイちゃんがリベンジ熱望してたってんで、今日はせっかくこの間の推理ゲームにしたってのにな。
ケイチさんにはリターンマッチに臨む熱いハートはありませんですの？情けないですわね。
Say what you want, but I'm out here for survival. I wouldn't fall for some dumb taunt. Without even a real retort, I just grabbed my bag and was about to get up. Someone's hand perched itself gently on my head.
ケイチ、具合悪そうです。
Rika?
かわいそうですよ。
It was Rika-chan. She was stretched up as far as she could, doing her best to pat my head with her petite hand. Aww. It felt so nice, which made things even harder.
ごめんな、みんな。じゃあ。
I like that serious, Keiichi. That's all I said as I quickly left the classroom. They said something to me as I was leaving, but I couldn't make it out. It's over, guys. We're not friends anymore. I managed to make it all the way to the entrance in that state of mind. Took out my shoes, put them on, and went forward. Parting that heart, Keiichi Maebara. They were, for some unfathomable reason, trying to kill me. They were plotting something dubious, watching my every move. Dubious? But I couldn't hate them, because weren't they my friends? Part of me lamented my naivety, while another part lamented the fact that I had lost something important by lamenting it over in the first place. It felt like my personality was being ripped in two along with my body. If this is what Oishishiro-sama curse was like, then it was just too harsh. Hey, Oishishiro-sama, I was wrong for not believing your curse, but I believe in it now. Completely. Your curse does exist. So seriously, give me a break. I beg you. Come on. I love that. Spoken to his heart. Oh, we're home now? Oh, it's nighttime. Oh, it's so bright in here. Dinner was unusually bland. You always say that about your dinner. I don't know. Your mom's probably trying to kill you too. She struck a deal with the villagers. It had no flavor or aroma. The miso soup that normally tantalized my appetite instead tastes like nothing but boiled water. Dad was eating with us that night. It was rare occurrence in this household. When he got into his work, he ate and slept on his own schedule. My dad never cared about the time. Since my dad was at the dinner table, it either meant he had reached a good point to take a break, or he was in a slump. I think you should talk to your parents. They probably won't believe you, but I think it's good to talk to somebody about this.
とにかく作家のモチベーションってものを理解してないんだよ彼は。
タイアップの話だって口約束なんでしょ。そんなに反りが合わないならきっぱりお断りしたら。
助け合いの世界だからお互い様だとは思うんだけど、これじゃ仕事にな。
I wasn't able to pick out much of my mom and dad conversation, but I could tell it wasn't a very pleasant topic. That, of course, made the disgusting food even less appealing. I mean, I would hate to eat food knowing I got almost died from a needle in my mouth. Staring listily at the exchange between my parents, my mind wandered off to the same thought process I had going all night long. Friends close to me. No, they used to be friends, but I could no longer trust them right now. I was greatly lacking in allies. People I trusted, people I could depend on when push comes to shove, they were something I just didn't have. Having just one ally would have just been incredibly reassuring in the current hopeless situation I was in. I put down my chopsticks and looked over at my parents, who were still talking about work. The first course of action that came to my mind was to tell my parents everything. Nice, nice. Currently, there wasn't a single person from Hinamizawa I could trust 100%. That meant the only people I could trust were my parents. But if I told them everything that happened up until now, would they understand? Probably not. Rena, for example. The neighborly Rena, who was so diligent in looking after me, came to get me every day, and sometimes brought over a share of what she made. How could I explain that she wanted to kill me? No matter how I explained, it would probably be difficult for anyone to comprehend. My somewhat eccentric dad wouldn't understand, and my high-strung mom would probably drag me off to a psychiatrist in the blink of an eye. Sadly, that was the amount of trust that existed in our relationship. Even if they did come to understand, what could they possibly do? Get themselves killed. We can have a family. Unless they could uncover the truth, they wouldn't be able to protect me. No, by informing them of these unnecessary things, I'll be putting my parents in danger as well. He's a family guy. Considering that the victims in the past incidents were often married couples, I couldn't even joke about it. For the entire Maebara family to have an accident or just vanish into thin air, it was easily possible in Hinamizawa. What was important here was that knowing something unnecessary put you in danger. The most unsettling question was, how did they know that I knew? As long as I didn't know, my parents might not fall victim. That was one way to think about it, I guess. I think if they're trying to kill him, he would assume they're trying to kill all of them. True. So I mean, he should tell them either way, so that would... But like... It's just crazy that he can't even tell his parents. I mean, I think the only person he could probably trust is a cop, at least. Because this all started because the cop told him this. At least it was like that in my case. After I found out, things started becoming odd. In other words, it meant the following. As long as my parents didn't know anything, nothing would happen to them. Which means that this house would be a safe haven as long as my parents were in. I knew these were just assumptions based on conjectures on top of conjectures. What? Conjecture? What's conjecture? An opinion, theory, or conclusion formed on the basis of incomplete information, essentially uneducated guess or inference. Oh, that's a good word. Conjecture. An opinion with incomplete information. Oh. Wanting this house to be a safe haven? Is it haven or haven? And that was the pinnacle of my weak-willed method of thinking. I had to concede that it was not completely safe. It was only safer than the outside. I knew that I couldn't rely on my parents. No, I just couldn't risk getting my parents involved. Then the only person who could be my ally would be Oishi-san. Him and him alone. True. He was the only person who understood the situation I was in. He didn't care so much about my safety, but he was, without a doubt, passionate about solving this case. It was a bit frustrating. Oishi-san was basically the whole reason I was in this mess. True. Now to get out of it, I had to rely on him. Meaning, it was all going according to his device. I was just It was just my job to look appetizing while bobbing in the waves as bait. Yep, he used you as bait. Then, when the fish started gathering around, Oishi-san would pull up the big haul. It was slightly infuriating, but even I thought that was the best course of action. So then, what should I do? Patience was the first rule of fishing. Just keep waiting until the fish actually bites. But I wasn't simply bait. There was a lot of ways for me to struggle before being devoured. When they struck, I needed to somehow dodge, just enough to tag out of the to Oishi-san. I like this. No question, it was going to be hard. The timing to bring Oishi-san in would be difficult. He would be in the city, not Hinamizawa. What the heck? So if I phoned him in my moment of need, it would take him about 30 minutes to reach me. Oh man. So I needed to run away for those 30 minutes. For example, if we set up a rendezvous point for a dire situation or something, I would just have to hide out there until Oishi-san arrived.
Yoshi. 少し見えてきたぞ.
I like this, I like this. You have a plan, you have an idea. I'm running out of water. I was still being chased around in the dark by Boogeyman, but now I knew which way to go. I would never have imagined this would be so reassuring. Oh yeah. It would probably be best if I had just had a concealed weapon for when things get rough. Yeah! Typically, that would call for a switchblade, but that wasn't too reassuring for combat. Also, since it was recognized as a weapon by the public, that also wasn't good. Really, when the time comes, a long weapon like a bat will work in my favor. Yeah! You're thinking. I like what you're thinking. I remember there was a metal bat at school. Oh my gosh, Keiichi, you're using your head. Stop being, you're not being emotional. I could be confident with that when push comes to shove. If I pretend I was practicing my swings, then it wouldn't be suspicious for me to always carry it around. Oh my gosh, smart. I could go to school early tomorrow and secure it. Just possessing a weapon may be enough to deter them. Also, one more thing. Insurance. It could be something like a note or memo. I could write down everything that happened as a sort of journal. Your dying wish or something? In case I suddenly vanished, excuse me, the journal will be left behind. With my journal in his possession, Oishi-san should be able to avenge my death. I had left my parents engrossed in their conversation about work and went back to my room. Oh my gosh. I tore out a piece of paper from a notebook and made my way to my desk. The last time I wrote a journal was for summer homework in elementary school. In the off chance something bad happened, the police could use my diary as a lead. Unless they took your journal, and that would be kind of sucked too. I think the last time I wrote something in a journal was probably when I was doing journaling. Like, I saw like a lot of cute stuff on Pinterest of journaling stuff, and like I love doing anime and food journaling stuff. I love, and like it's so fun to do because I have like a lot of stationery, a lot of washi tape, a lot of stickers, and it's nice to use them. So I should write down the facts. How should I start? I jotted down my thoughts as they came. I, Keiichi Maebara, am in fear for my life. It made me laugh nervously. It was like a line that showed up often in detective stories. I never even dreamed that I would be... Ugh! Bye. That's your... I thought that was part 2 of my incident.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I bought a stopper.
Really?
Yeah. But Amazon, they rejected it. Yeah, I know I'm streaming. You open the door. Crazy. My sister came in my room. Where was I? It made me laugh nervously. It was the line that showed up often in detective stories. I could never even dream that I would be in this type of situation where I write it myself. I do not know why they are after my life. Rena and the others were suspicious, but I had no proof. And that's why I couldn't write anything more. I laughed wearily at myself for writing such a passage draped in mystery. Will the police be able to get the hint from reading this agnamic? What? Anemic? What the freak is this word? Agnamic? Is that supposed to anemic? my gosh. Google.
Enigmatic. Enigmatic.
Enigmatic?
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic?
Enigmatic.
Enigmatic. Enigmatic. Wait. Enigmatic. Okay. Enigmatic passage. I could only pray that they would. What I prayed for the most, though, was that this journal never needed to play its part. Here, I laughed nervously. I was too simple, so I wrote down one more line I just thought of. The only thing I do know is that it has to do with Oyashiro-sama's curse. Was that too much? I probably shouldn't write more than that. If I wrote any more, then it would seem like I was just delusional. You're already delusional. In order to appear to the readers that the person who had written this was Sao Mai, I chose not to write anything else at this point. I just needed to add more, so as I learned more about the truth. I folded the paper and thought about a place to hide it. By hiding it somewhere obvious, there was a chance that they would uncover it. I remember this! Didn't he hid this behind the clock in the anime? Like, am I right or am I right? On the other hand, it was in too obscure of a location, and then there was the risk of nobody finding it at all. In the end, I decided to take the clock off my wall and stick my folded note on the back of it with a scotch tape. I knew it! After that, I put the clock back and put it into its normal position. Yeah, it didn't look like anything was hidden behind it. Now I needed to set it up to look like if anything happens to me, my parents could find it. I looked at it from countless different angles until I was satisfied and made my way downstairs. Nice! Oh my gosh. This is good. This is good. My parents were still talking about work. Man, they're still here? It didn't look like it was going to end anytime soon, so I cut in. I never started off a conversation like that before, so my parents were both startled. They stopped talking and turned towards me.
どうしたの、ケイチ？お願いがあるんだけど、聞いてほしいんだ。もしもだよ。
ケイチ、急ぎの話じゃなきゃ後にしなさい。
The fuck? Dad. Anime parents sometimes.
お父さんとお母さんはちょっと今、急ぎの話をしてるんだ。
Excuse me, what I'm talking about is urgent too. Like, just because you guys are adult doesn't mean you guys' stuff is urgent too. Like, come on, like, life and death. I didn't think their talk was more urgent than mine. In any case, I cited my request. Like, for real, like, what the heck are they on about? Your deadbeat job? I'm sorry, Dad, but like, what are you talking about?
もしもだよ。俺が死んだらさ。
Both of my parents' eyes went as wide as saucers.
死んだらさ、俺の部屋にある時計、あれを棺に入れてほしいんだ。
If they did that, then they'd probably find it. My memoir. Both my parents remained wide-eyed, not moving an inch. I couldn't blame them.
あの時計、工作の授業で作ったお気に入りなんだ。頼むよ。
どうしたの、ケイチ？何かあったの？
Mom was finally able to ask me with a questioning gaze. Don't say anything, because they had their chance. Of course, this was a normal response for when someone's son suddenly talked about a subject like this. I felt bad about making them worry, but right now, I just wanted them to think that the clock in my room. With the awkward mood leaving the room in silence, I decided to go back to my room.
俺さ、明日は早くに学校に行きたいから、もう寝るよ。おやすみ。
Saying only that, I left the living room. See? Now what is important now, huh? See? I needed to get to school early tomorrow and secure that bat. I shouldn't make today the last day I went to school with Rena. Yes. I love you, Rena, but like I'm Keiichi right now, so I gotta think like Keiichi. As I climbed the stairs, I heard my mom call my name, but I pretended not to hear her. Leave me alone. I wasn't something I could talk with my parents. You guys had your chance. I can't with it. You're stressing me out. As I talked about it, it would only make things more dangerous. The fight that had begun was mine and mine alone. I couldn't rely on anybody. I wouldn't be killed. Not when I still knew nothing. My throat. Why does everything in my body hurts? What the heck? Oh, the chapter ended. Ugh, God, oh my gosh. Pursue the truth behind the crimes. Ooh. Alright, let's see what this is.
最近、ケイイチくんの元気がないね。機嫌が悪いのかな？
I wonder why.
さーて、どうしたんだろうね。恋の病にでもかかってるんじゃないの？
The what?
みーちゃん、それ飛躍しすぎ。
First of all, that's not gross because periods are normal. Okay. Second of all, it's gross that I don't know what to say, but periods are not gross. It's normal for women, but it's weird that she would say that at the same time. Cause like, I don't know, Mion is on something. She is such a, I don't know. I think she's possessed by like a male ghost or something. Cause like, I don't know. Cause like, why would she say these things? Or maybe she's just that type of girl or something. She's like, oh, not a pick me, but what's that other one? She's something different. She's something else. She does call herself an old man, so maybe she has an old man spirit in her. I'm not believing this curse, but I feel like I believe it a little bit. I don't know, something up with her.
さあね。ケイちゃんひょっとしてかな？
わかんない。
あの日、ケイちゃんと車で話してたの。中年のでっぷりした男だったんでしょ？
How do they know this information if they were in the classroom?
間違いない。
大石のやつ、ケイちゃんに何を吹き込んでるのかな？
真剣そうだったよ。ケイイチくんは顔面蒼白だった。
あのね、レナはよく知らないだろうけど、実はあいつ、お社様の使いなんだよ。
What?
何の話？
あいつが現れるとね、必ず鬼隠しが起こるの。本当だよ。
あれ？そうなの？
おととし、リカちゃんのお母さんが受水したでしょ？その直前に大石が尋問してたんだよ。
そういえば、サトシくんが転校する前にもいたね。
So you do know Satoshi. Why you lied then?
転校？レナはいいやつだよな。
で、今度はケイイチくんの前に現れたんだ。じゃあ、ケイイチくんも鬼隠しになっちゃう？
Is that how they determine this? Is that how they do this? An empty silence hung in the air, and then it was suddenly interrupted. They're so fake. That's so scary. Man, Keiichi, watch out. Save. Alright, chapter 11. This was the first time I ever woken up with such clarity. I like that for you. It was 5:59, just moments before my alarm would go off. I feel that. Sometimes I will wake up before my alarm just so I don't hear that stupid ringing. I was amazed at the precision of my internal clock. Nice. I had made preparation for the next day of school before I went to bed. I changed quickly and descended to the deserted lower floor. Why is it so bright early in this morning? I appeared that my mom was still asleep. Why is it so bright in this house? Like, you can use the morning sun as your light source, not the living room light. It appeared that my mom was still asleep. Neither breakfast nor lunch was ready. Yesterday, I just unliterally declared that I would be leaving early today, so it couldn't be helped. I slattered on jam on some bread and topped it with some instant kokoya. Just as I was finishing up breakfast, Mom rose groggily from her slumber. Did I not say I'm gonna wake up early in the morning? Did I not say put my clock in my grave? Did the conversation not, you know, etched in your brain? Why didn't you ask this yesterday? Why are you asking this today?
別に
Answering bluntly, I picked up my bag and stood after stuffing 2 slices of bread around my throat. Keiichi, your parents do not care about you because, like, I don't know. I feel like there are certain questions they should be asking, but they just brush it off like, typical teenager. What did I say? If I waited for her to make lunch, then it would end up being the same time as usual. If I did that, it would raise the chance of me running into Rena and Mion on the way. Yes, from today onwards, I was going to school alone. I don't know. I guess I'm gonna eat bread. And Keiichi, we're on the same wavelength. We're thinking the same thing. I took the 1,000 yen from mom and slipped it into my pocket. No, stop talking about her. Mom, shut up. I have no reason to tell her every little details now, do I? Finding it difficult answering the onslaught of questions, I made an annoying face. Why is she stopping me? She is not my mom. It's not that I didn't trust my parents. I just couldn't rely on them. Exactly. Like, they're giving me no reassurance to helping. They couldn't help me. I could only hope that they didn't get involved. Okay. It was safer that way. My mom's annoying voice was cut off by the slam of the door. For the first time since I moved here, I headed down the road to school alone. I love that for you, Keiichi. I love the independence. Up until now, I had always walked down the same path at the same time each day. So I always met with the same people at the same place. But today was different. I didn't meet the people I would normally, and nobody was at the place where I would have normally met them. Of course, Rena wasn't in the spot where we usually met, and there wasn't anyone at the spot where we would have met up with Mion. The length of the tree shadows, the morning air, and the brightness of the sun, it was a completely different type of morning from what I was usually used to. Without a doubt, it felt strange. It left me with the impression that I had destroyed the illusion Hinamizawa had set up for me before it had been enough time to prepare all the props needed to deceive me. Oh. No, stop talking about them. The person who called out to me was someone we always passed by as they were taking a walk along the edge of the fields. Oh my god, why am I having a hard time reading? Their name was, I forgot. Their villager aide, that's all we can say. Of course, this wasn't the spot where we usually pass each other. I threw out a random excuse. What about them? What did I just say? Why doesn't nobody listen to me? I was just being asked the same type of question my mom was asking. So I answered them in the same uninteresting, vague manner. It wasn't funny being asked where Rena was each time I passed by someone. Man, what are they? You guys are like what? Hip to glue or something? What is that word? Like, you guys are a done package or something. My throat hurts when I drink water. Why is that? I need somebody to give me a back massage, or I need to get a back massager. I have knots in my back that I can't get rid of, and I've been like stretching my arm as hard as I can. Maybe I'm not doing the right stretching exercise. Oh, alright, we gotta sleep properly. I feel so uncomfortable. It's hot. My back hurts and like, ugh. My throat hurts when I drink water. Why? What's going on with my body? Hey, relax. Okay, this morning stressed me out. Don't let it. Ugh, my body hurts. Let me just keep going. It was because for so long we were always together, so amicably. What? Even I felt that if I let my guard down, we could still be friends. Stop it, Keiichi. Don't think about that anymore. Really, stop. You spent all day yesterday thinking about how dangerous it was to go soft, didn't you? Didn't you? Beep? A car horn blared out of nowhere. It's Oishi-san. Even though I was walking lost in thought, that horn was way too close. A mechanical behemoth barreled at me from behind, catching me completely off guard. What? By the time I turned around, the van hulking Cassis was almost on top of me. Are you serious? I've seen plenty of cars veer to the opposite shoulder to avoid pedestrians, but this car was doing the opposite. It's starting! It felt like there was somebody on the opposite shoulder, and the van was swerving in my direction to avoid them. The blissfully ignorant train of thought delayed me from realizing something much, much more important. The large mass was hurtling toward at me. Oh, not the not the music. Was it going to hit me? The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. Wait a second. I thought there would be a clip from the anime, but it just says that he believes he's gonna get run over by a van, but it's probably a hallucination because he's so mentally drained. The inside of my head instantly flooded with a painfully cold liquid. In that moment, the scene before me, no, time itself had frozen. In the silence of that frozen moment, I could hear the van so close that I had no way of dodge it. My body, the upper half, twisted awkwardly in order to look behind me. There was no way I could just dive out of the way at my current position. If I lost focus now, this moment would unpause, and I would probably plowed over, caught in that silly post. Bend my upper body over towards the patty by the side of the road. If I bent far enough, I can get away with just being hit by the side rear mirror, okay? As soon as the thought crossed my mind, the temporal status was shattered by the deafening sound of the van. The sound, oh my god. The side mirror struck my shoulders, sending me spinning through the air like a top locking in my contorted position. Now imagine if the car hit you. Done for. The flash, what the heck? Sent tumbling through the air, I crashed into the muddy patty by the side of the road. All we had to do was get a bat. That was the mission. My entire body was soiled and drenched. But the choice I had made in that instant was unmistakably for the best. I was covered in mud, but when the alternative was being hit by the car, it was the closest I could do to being unscathed. Who's in that van? Because they need to get out and answer for what they just did. Yeah, rising out of the patty, I had enough in me to glare over at the stopped van and yell profanity at the driver. Yeah, because what the heck was he doing? I am not sure if he was able to see me, but the van sped off suddenly. Are you serious? It is. I couldn't help but continue yelling out profanities. The disgrace from being covered in mud hurt me more than any physical wound. I slogged through the mud patty and made my way back into the road. This sucks. My god. Shit, I'll track you down and sue you! If I go looking for a van, I'm sure to find it in this little village. Yeah, this village is small. I don't think you can hide. The path I was on had rice paddies on either side. It had become so narrow that one car could barely fit through. Why did he come through this pathway then? It wasn't a place you could tear full speed down in a car, let alone pass by pedestrians. Not only was it a narrow road, but the car just now was closer to my side of the road than the others when it went past me. Even as I cursed, I was desperately trying to suppress the dark cloud rolling up within me. This wasn't just a hit and run. That car just now was trying to run me over, wasn't it? Thinking back, I did feel like there had been a car creeping up on me slowly for a while. Really? That's right. As soon as I parted ways from with that person taking a walk, I had that feeling the whole time. If I had wanted to pass me, then it would have had no sort of chance. Normally, I would have felt suspicious and turned around sooner. But I was lost in thought, and I was kicking myself for not realizing it was there sooner. But then, when the path became narrow and there was no one else in sight, he floored it. If I had hesitated for even one moment, the result would have been no laughing matter. As the adrenaline rush from nearly being run over subsided, and the realization of just how terrifying the preceding events were sunk in, there was no doubt about it. The van was intentionally trying to hit me. A cold, vicious sweat seeped into my scalp and slid down my back before dribbling off. I struggled to avoid falling into a panic. There was still the possibility that this was really just an accident. Heck no, it wasn't. Calm down, Keiichi. But also, don't be so naive, Keiichi. Being that lax will get you killed next time. You need to always be on your toes. Don't give them any openings. If my enemy was really out to kill me, then next time, they would use an even more reliable method. If that time came and I was acting like I was now, getting covered in mud was the price I had paid for my own naivety. Naivety? Covered in mud without injury. Not even a sprain. I guess this was what you would call the silver lining. I began walking again, this time cautiously. I wouldn't even show a hint of carelessness. I had suspected only Rena and the others up until now. No, it was because I had suspect them that I believed there was no other enemies. Oishi-san had said so, didn't he? There was the possibility of a village conspiracy. Was I really immersed so deeply in a situation that I had no choice but to try and carry on as usual? Wouldn't it be safest just to hold myself in my house? Maybe, but I could just break in, right? But the moment I abandoned my regular routine, everyone around me would abandon theirs as well. Ooh, that sounds scary. There was just too horrifying of a thought. I recall the tales Oishi-san told me of when Hinamizawa was still called Onikakashu. A frightening tale of an entire village of demons hunting their prey, surrounding them and eating them alive. One must not interfere with the demons. One must pretend not to see it. The enemies were numerous. The whole village. The villagers, with their unwavering faith in the curse, would do nothing to help me. Ugh. The strong, sudden flash of sunshine made me slightly dizzy. I had no idea what was going on anymore. When I suspected it was the work of a man, I would catch a glimpse of Oyashiro-sama curse. And when I suspected it was Oyashiro-sama curse, someone would poke their head out. What was the coincidence? What was the intentional? Who was my enemy? Who was just a bystander? No, what I really, truly wanted to know was, how did I end up with proverbial bullseye painted on my back? Keiichi, how was he coming up with these vocabulary in his young age? Eventually, an answer in a form I could understand will appear. I don't care when that will happen, because until then, I cannot die. That alone fueled my resolve to fight and keep me alive. I like that. The will of the fire, as they say. I think Keiichi's big mistake was letting Oishi tell him bad stuff about his friends. He should have refused to listen or told them what Oishi said right away. But the thing is, like, Keiichi really... But the thing is, his friends didn't tell him, and they kept him in the dark. And Oishi-san, all he did was gave him a hint of what's going to happen to him. Like what they did to Tomitake-san. See, Tomitake-san, he didn't know anything. He was just, you know, he was a outsider. But Keiichi, he lives here. And so Oishi-san, he gave him a hint what's going to happen. It's going to be just like you this year. Like, because, like, he wanted to know what happened with the deaths and stuff. So I guess, even though it sucks that it kind of sped up the process, but at the same time, at least he's prepared to deal with the situation. But Oishi-san did use Keiichi as bait to figure out who is really doing the killings. Because, like, he doesn't believe this is just a work of a curse. This has to be done by a person. It sucks, but it's good that he told him to, because at least he has, like, you know, at least he can defend himself. Instead of being like Tomitake-san and getting ganged up in the woods and getting poisoned. That was crazy. I remember seeing the metal bat in the gym storage shed, but there was a padlock on the door barring my entry. At the very least, I wanted to get my hands on it before everyone else arrived at school. I circled around the school grounds impatiently. But all I could find were things like pieces of lumber, nothing I could bring into the classroom easily. Then I had an epiphany. I should search inside the classroom. If it was something in the classroom to begin with, then there wouldn't be a problem. Okay. Thinking smart. I could tell that everyone's indoor shoes were still in their lockers. Good thing I came early. Nobody else was here yet. I wonder, what could I find in the classroom? I didn't think I could find an especially effective weapon like a bat. But it couldn't be helped at this point. Until the gym storage shed was open, I needed to find a substitute. A lingering hint of naivety whispered that there was no way I would be attacked at school. But such soft ideas would no longer protect me, right? To think that they were slowly making their way into parts of my life that I had once thought impenetrable. In the worst case, my own house might not be safe anymore. That was an incredibly frightening thought. But I believe that not considering the worst case scenario would have been even more frightening. Anyways, I will survive. Ah, I like that. So long as I survive, then I will definitely be able to escape this labyrinth of nonsense. Definitely. I'm a survivor. My exploration of the classroom came to an impasse. That much was to be expected. There was no way would be anything that would be a weapon in the classroom. In the case of emergency, there was probably nothing I could do but swinging my own chair around. Like Rika did in that one episode. My gaze landed on the lockers that had come to be used for personal storage. The locker that Mion used to store her pile of games was amongst them. There was one for each person in the classroom all lined up. Of course, there was one for me as well. Oh yeah, there was supposed to still be a tracksuit in my locker. See me covered in mud would be strange. I should go change later. But first, I needed a weapon. I love his priorities. If one of my classmates came, it would be hard to rummage through all the lockers. I swiftly began opening the lockers one by one. They were mostly just filled with things like gym clothes, personal items, and umbrellas. An umbrella. If I couldn't find anything better, then this would be my weapon. I could see an umbrella being a weapon, because if you know that anime, that one episode where the girl with the umbrella, she fell down the stairs and then the umbrella like pierced through her throat. That was crazy. I was about to give up on finding anything decent when I opened a locker that had held exactly what I wanted. Oh, Higurashi OSTV, like it was without a doubt a metal bat. Yeah! It was well worn and pretty beaten up. There was no doubt it was usable. Isn't this Satoshi bat? In that locker that reeked of mold, there was also a hung baseball uniform. It was probably the locker of a student in a Pee Wee league or something like that. If that was the case, then he probably asked for it back. At the time, I could hear the voices of children scuffling their way noisily from the hallway. Amongst them, I could make out Rika-chan and Satsuko.
おはようございますです。あらあらあら、今朝はお早いですわね、ケイチさん。
I like how she said that. Ara, ara. How did she say ora? Ara, ara. What? I nonchalantly hit the bag I was holding behind my back.
なんなんですの、その身なりは。泥だらけでしたよ。
ああ、まあちょっとあってな。すぐ着替えるから勘弁しろ。
Ugh, my throat. Let me drink some water. I think I finished my water. Yeah, that's done. With that said, I began taking off my clothes. Satsuko began to blush just as I expected her to.
レディーの前でお着替えなんてしつけがなってませんことよ。
The fact that she's covering one eye while she's looking at the other one.
着替えをじーっと見てるレディーもしつけがなってないと思うぞ。男子は更衣室がないんだから諦めろ。
Do you believe that he says? As Satsuko feigned disgust, she went into the hall still blushing. Conversely, Rika-chan continued to stare at me, preparing to change. Oh my gosh, Rika, you're so bold.
リカちゃんもレディーなら着替えを見てるのは良くないと思うぞ。
僕はレディーじゃないですからいいのです。
What? She deliberately pouted and looked at me with unturned
じ
eyes.
ゃあリカちゃんも今からレディーだ。
レディーなら仕方ありませんです。
Rika's so cute. Rika-chan, appearing to be satisfied with being considered a lady, made her way to join Satsuko in the hallway. This is a breath of sigh of relief. Rika-chan stopped suddenly and turned back towards me.
ケイチは野球を始めますですか？
It seems that Rika-chan had noticed the bat.
ああ、ちょっとさ、体がなまってさ、ちょっと素振りでも始めようかなってな。
健康に気を使うのはとても良いことだと思いますです。
She was talking like an old lady, despite her appearance. After saying that, Rika-chan started to leave again, but stopped and looked back at me once more.
そのバット、なくさないでくださいね、です。
I feel like she's giving me a hint. I feel like Rika-chan's giving me a hint. I feel like, because like Rika was always helpful. I felt like, in my opinion. It seems she's already knew I took it out of someone's locker. There was no name on the locker door. I didn't know whose bat it was, but I would be borrowing it until they complained. It wouldn't be for long, just until the gym storage shed was open. After quickly changing into a tracksuit, I checked the time. I still had plenty of time before class began because I came so early. I took the bat in one hand and went out to the schoolyard. That was, of course, to practice my swing. I needed to make it known I would always have a bat on me so I could practice my swing. At some point, the sunlight had become even stronger. Disregarding my classmates as they made their way to school, I took my position in the shadow of the school building. I wasn't the academic type, and I wasn't much of an athlete either. I might get muscle pains if I just suddenly started swinging. I should at least start up with some warm-ups. I doubt anyone would think I was doing something out of the ordinary. Which was the exact opposite of my actual mental state. I gripped the bat and swung lightly. Whoosh, like the beginning. Remember the beginning of the game? Where he was swinging a bat, and then you hear a splatter noise? And the bat had no means to light. The weight would make it a reliable weapon when it needed to be. Of course, I could only pray that the moment I needed to use this as a weapon would never come. Just carrying it around could deter attacks against me. At least that's what I hoped. I love those things. Oh my god, it's them.
ケイちゃん？まだ何やってんの？
Being bombarded with such a hysterical voice, I jumped. Oh god. It was Rena and Mion.
先に行ったって言われて驚いたけど、ケイちゃん、あんた何やってるわけ？
見てわからないかよ。素振りだよ。甲子園だよ。
For the championship. Come on.
別にダイエットでもいいぞ。
ダイエットってケイちゃん、そんなに太ってたっけ？
ああ、知らなかったろ。実は三段腹なんだ。
A beer belly?
もちもちでタプタプなんだぞ。
It's plump and jiggle.
もちもちでタプタプ。
レナ、変な想像しなくていいぞ。
To disrupt Rena from imagining something that vulgar, I ruffle her hair messily. What?
じゃあまあ、頑張って県大会を目指してちょうだいよ。おじさん応援してるわ。野球部の強い高校教えようか。
Oh, they do have a baseball team? I thought he was just joking about that because, like, it doesn't look like there's not much students in here to do a baseball team.
そこにいる左腕の亀田くんがすごいピッチャーなんだけどさ。頑張ってね。
Seems they already taken me for a baseball nut, but oh well. Well, if I really did make it to the championship, it would be a cinch. After all, I'd be the pitcher and catcher. I pitched the ball, then run past the ball I just threw, and change over to being the catcher in a burst of being super incredible explosive speed. Man, your imagination is kind of funny. I laughed dryly at the ludicrous image. Sure, Keiichi, you drunk in alcohol before, right? Like, if you're gonna tell a lie, at least make it believable. Coming back to my senses, I smashed the bat against the ground.
何笑ってんだよ、俺。
I pound the ground over and over again. Oh my gosh, Keiichi. You gotta think about the prizes. You gotta think about the objective. With each impact, the reverberation traveling through the bat stung my hand. If they smile at me like that, I'll ugh. Don't allow anyone close to me. Don't trust anyone. No matter how many times I tell myself that. If they make me smile like that, I already knew quite well that there were demons dwelling in my smiling friends. But I just couldn't believe it. Did that kind of split personality really exist? Oh, most definitely do. Like how Rena confessed to the doctor, were they simply being possessed by Oishiro-sama? I don't know about that. I wish I had Keiichi's level of imagination. He's just the Lulu. He's just the Lulu, that's all. In other words, did a supernatural being like Oishiro-sama really exist? And was it possessing everyone to try and kill me? Yeah, that would be wonderful. If only everyone was actually my friends all along and everything was just Oishiro-sama's fault.
Maebara Keiichiのバカ野郎！だから！
I love this. I love this energy. I yelled out, drawing out all the powers from the pit of my stomach and raised the bat violently into the air. Yes! I love this conviction. As I screamed out with all my might, I beat the metal bat into the ground over and over. With every impact, my weakness was being beaten down. Forget. Don't be soft. Know your enemy. Like hell, I let them kill me. My shoulders heaving up and down from my ragged breathing. I heard the first bell ring as I calmed down. Keiichi, I'm proud of you. What's that look for? I gasped with a sudden realization. That was the final bell. As I felt the tension drain from me, I let out a deep breath. My mind was in a muddled state of being for the entire day. I didn't feel like I was awake, but it didn't feel like I was asleep either. I couldn't say it felt especially comfortable, but I felt a kind of relief that the sanctity of the school part of my daily life had yet to be violated. How long would I have been living like this? I could only grit my teeth and bear with it as this living hell slowly gnawed away at me.
ケイチくん、やろうやろう。部活の時間なんだよ。だよ。
What if I don't want to join club time? Nothing? No, it has to be something. The sound of Rena's voice brought me back to my sense.
ほらほら、ケイちゃん、ぼーっとしない。机を寄せて寄せて。
Everyone's moving their desks together as usual. That's right, it was happy fun club time. But I had no intention of taking part. I haphazardly stuffed the contents of my desk into my bag as I prepared to go home. It was a weak-handed gesture to avoid having to actually say, I'll be going home now. I love this conviction. Separate yourself from them. Mion sounded quite disappointed.
気分が乗らないんだ。しばらくほっといてくんないかな。
The tone of the words that spilled from my mouth matched it Mion's disapproving glare. It felt like the air in the room had dried out. I don't care what they think. I'm trying to live. Satoko looked like she was about to say something, but perhaps dissuaded by the mood, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. Nobody said a thing. I took that as to mean that I could leave if I wanted. But the collective gaze of the four of them, like the tiny pins used it to mount an insect in a display, held me in place. That's scary. Rena was the one who cut through the heavy mood.
ケイイチ君、やっぱり女の子と一緒に遊ぶのなんか嫌だったかな。
She said it in such a melancholic tone that it sent a wave of pain racing through my heart. Don't let her trick you. If this pain was going to kill me, I wanted it to be the soft part of me that could still feel pain. I tore at my chest, violently tearing out the pins that held me in place.
そういうわけじゃねえよ。
I'll only be hurting myself by saying anything more, so I swallowed my words. Cutting things off there, I turned away and exited the classroom. They didn't speak a word to me as I left. So bright. It was a long, dull trip back home, but I didn't lose focus. I firmly squeezed the grip of the bat, which was already soggy from sweat. Ew. Realizing that, I wiped it down with my sleeve. If something were to happen, I wouldn't want it to be slippery. Since this morning, I've become especially sensitive to the presence of cars. Even while walking, my ears perk up at the sound of threatening sounds and presence that could be closing in. And that was why I could hear it. Without a doubt, there were footsteps. Those footsteps had matched up perfectly with mine for a while now. Oh my gosh. Weird. From what I could sense, it was just one person. But I had no intention of being careless. Hit him! But did they intend to follow me like that car this morning until we were in a good location to assault me? Okay, you gotta take care of that. Then it wasn't a good idea to keep walking like this. I stopped walking and looked back. The wooded path, crowded with trees, responded with silence as if there was nothing there to begin with. But I wouldn't be fooled. I was certain footsteps were following me. And just as I stopped, the footsteps stopped as well. Meaning the person following me wanted to keep their distance. That was, without a question, proof I was their target. I held my breath, waiting for the presence to panic and start moving again. The trees rustled with the sound of the wind. The Higurashi also joined this dissonant chorus, trying to throw my focus into disarray. Had 5 minutes passed? Or had I been like this for a whole 30 minutes? It was so hard to breathe that I might have been suffocated. It seemed I would be the first one to panic. Without a doubt, he was lurking in the shadows of the tree with bated breath. Then, I make the first move. I fix my grip on the bat. I raise it up to my shoulder to be ready to swing it at any time. With all my might, I screamed at whoever was hiding in the shade of the tree. But the presence of the shade didn't budge. I think it was Rena. I think it's Rena. Until that moment, I found them. They had no intention of revealing themselves. I screamed out angrily at them again, but even still, they didn't move at all. Then I'll go over there myself. Oh, conviction. With all due diligence, I approached step by step. Stepping into the tree shadow, I saw a human figure there. That figure was curled up like a small animal. Of course. Rena. Of course it was Rena. When she realized I had found her, her expression softens. She seemed apologetic, but wasn't going to speak a word. He's yelling at her. He's done with it. I wouldn't accept that silence and scream the question at her. Rena was in a panic with tears welling up in her eyes. but it was obvious that she had been following me.
部活はどうしたんだよ。
ケイチ君がお休みしたからレナもお休み。
関係ないだろ。俺なんか気にしないで遊んでろよ。
Ooh.
だってケイチ君のこと心配で。
He's fed up with them. Thinking about how I've been acting up until now, it wasn't hard to imagine my behavior could have been perceived as strange. So Rena was concerned at a quick glance. That's how it would seem. But I wasn't going to let my guard down that easily. Even if that was really the case, she still shouldn't have to do something like try to tail me. She should have called out to me when I was leaving and gone right with me. Exactly. This is weird. But Rena didn't do that. She kept her distance from me and matched my walking speed. Exactly, that's weird. Why would she do that? On top of that, she matched the sound of my footsteps and deviously tried to hide her presence from me. What? Wait, she tried to match the sound of the footsteps. That's crazy. And after she realized I noticed she was there, she held her breath as she tried hiding from me. She wore a timid expression that would force one to take pity on her. But without a doubt, she was telling me, Rena has a survival instincts to
もうついてくんなよ。
Still glaring at Rena, I continued walking onwards. After I walked for a bit, she ignored my command and began walking again. So I yelled at her once more.
ついてくるなって言ってるだろ。
Hit her with the bat.
だってレナの家も同じ方向だし。
Then go in front of me.
じゃあレナが先を歩けよ。レナが見えなくなったら俺も歩く。
That's what I said. You walk in front of me then. Move out of the way and wave my bat violently to urge her forward. Ooh. Keiichi. Let's go.
レナはケイチ君と一緒に帰りたいな。
She's not taking the hint. I think we gotta like nudge her a bit. Like we gotta like maybe I don't know. She's kind of I don't know. We gotta maybe I wouldn't say hit her, but like she gotta press on. Like she gotta get out of here. she's crazy. Making a pitiful expression, she meekly squeaked out the words in a voice that she knew would cut into my heart. Like we're yelling at her, and like she's using her soft voice, like mess up her heart. That agitated me to no end. I knew it was a lie. If you wanted to go home together, then you should have called out to me. Ah, yeah. Now you're just blurting out random lies. Oh, you gonna hit her? Seeing that, the seething anger from within me was written all over my face. Even without me saying anything, Rena had understood what I was feeling inside.
分かったならほら、行けよ。
Go, go. I swung the bat, urging her to walk. Rena looked back and forth between me and the bat and started walking hesitantly, then stopped again.
早く行けよ、早く。
Stop looking at me.
行くから。そのバットやめてよ。怖いの。
It's scary, you say. Rena guarded herself while pointing at me holding the bat. She may have realized that I wasn't planning on using the bat for baseball. I lowered the bat, but still guardedly opened the way for her.
行けよ。これなら文句ないだろ。
There was nothing else she could protest. She passed by me timidly as to not set me off. As I watched her pass by, she stopped completely after having barely moved at all. Oh my god. Let me get some water. My hands smell like bleach. My nose hurts. My throat, for some reason, feel like it's messed up. Like, I don't know.
立ち止まるなよ。
It's over. Then a powerful gust blew past us, barking. What the heck is that? What's that sound? Barking my face with dust. The dust got into my eyes and clouded my vision. While rubbing my eyes with my left hand, I swung violently with the bat in my hand right, protecting the small opening I had presented. But Rena didn't even try to attack during that opening. Oh. Oh. Attack me? No, she hadn't budged an inch. I could tell from the sound of her fluttering skirt in the wind. As her skirt settled, so did the silence. At that moment, the voice inside me immediately warned me of a pending danger. I was caught by surprise. The smell of the air had changed it. Without me realizing it, the air around me suddenly felt like a calamity was about to befall me. It was like the air had suddenly become invisible concrete, like Rena and I were locked in this space. Rena didn't move an inch. Also, unable to move, I stared at her back. Oh. Rena was the first to break the silence. Instantly, she altered her stance. I felt like I had just witnessed her shift from Rena into that other person who looked like Rena. But the voice was one I knew well, which filled me with a kind of bewildering pity. Carelessly, I felt relief upon hearing that pitiful voice.
ごめんね。聞いてもいい？
Too shy to even turn around, Rena squeezed her voice out desperately. As she trembled.
なんだよ。
You sound so annoyed.
どうしてバットなんか持ってるのかな？
What do you think I have a bat for? I mean, I already told you guys I'm using it for the championship, but you probably don't believe that. What the? That scared me. I was like, did Rena say that? Oh my gosh. Hello, BB. That surprised me. That got me. I was like, it was like matching up. I was like, it was like Rena. She was like, "Do you have a bat? I wonder." And I thought she said the otter thing. I was like, "What the heck, Rena?" Hey, it's good. I'm so locked into this game. I was like, hold up. That kind of surprised me. I was like, wait. I was like, I don't remember this anime.
俺が何を持ってたっていいだろ。
でも、昨日まで持ってなかったし。
So?
どうして突然
She needs to mind her business.
別に突然でもいいだろ。俺がバットを持ってるとおかしいかよ。
だって圭一君、野球とかしない人だったでしょ？
You don't know me.
おかしいよ。
It's not weird. I couldn't tell what kind of answer she was looking for, and I was getting tired of answering her.
突然、野球がしたくなったんだよ。それじゃおかしいか？
おかしいよ。
Why? She answered instantly, and that annoyed me slightly.
突然野球がしたくなった。素振りがしたくなったから、バットを持ち歩いてる。それのどこが変なんだよ。
変。おかしい。絶対。なんで圭一君まで。
Two? What does she mean, two?
ぶつくさとうるせえやつだな。
You're really sort of annoying me.
俺がスポーツに目覚めるのが、そんなに変かよ。
This is the Keiichi I remember from the anime. He was paranoid, he was slightly delusional, but he was convicted to survive. Yes. I tried to sound a bit more threatening to end the conversation. Until my suspicions about Rena were clear, I had no obligation to answer her questions.
ごめんね。そんなに怒らないで。
Rena still didn't turn around and spat out words of apology one after another. One after the next. The fact that she's saying this behind my back, the fact that she's saying this, like, as her back is turned, is kind of crazy because like she's like believe Keiichi wouldn't hit her with a bat, but the same time she knows if he does, it's GG, kind of.
最後に一個だけ教えて。
これ以上話す気も教える気もねえよ。早く行けよ。
I yelled out loudly at her, causing her to flinch like she had been struck. Seeing her in such a pathetic state caused my heart to ache sorely. But even though she was afraid, she stubbornly kept herself from moving. Before I was able to threaten her again, Rena asked her final question.
なんでバットまで同じなの？
The bat? Same? What is she talking about? What does she mean by the bat was the same? I had no idea what she's talking about.
お前、何言ってんだ？
だから、なんでバットまで同じなのかなって。
Like I said, what are you talking about?
何を言ってんだか全然わかんねえよ。もっとはっきり言え。
Even still, Rena didn't turn around. After inhaling deeply, she screamed.
だから、どうしてバットまでサトシ君と同じなの？
Didn't you say you didn't know Satoshi? You freaking liar! Hit her with the bat. Hit her with the bat. I'm sorry. I love Rena, but you know we gotta hit her. We gotta use the bat on her.
サトシってえ
？Upon hearing that name out of the blue, I became dumbfounded for a brief moment. By Satoshi, did she mean the student who transferred out last year? No, that couldn't be. Rena had tried to cover it up by saying he transferred, but Oishi-san told me quite clearly that he was missing. He was a student who sat at my seat up until last year. He was believed to have been demoned away by Oyashiro-sama curse. I didn't know the details about his disappearance. The aunt he lived with was killed the night of the Watanagashi by a drug addict, and not long after, he suddenly vanished and was now missing. Oh. That Satoshi and I were what? My gaze fell to the bat in my hand. Could it be? Satoshi Hojo. That's what it says on the bat. It was a bit difficult to see, but that was what was written on the white tape at the end of the bat. How did she not see that? I see. So this was Satoshi bat. So Satoshi tried to do the same thing that he's doing, and it didn't work out for him. Oh no.
ああ、これサトシのバットだったんだな。誰も使ってなかったんでちょっと借りたんだよ。いいだろそれくらい。
そんなことじゃないの。
The way Rena had said that made it seem like this bat was something that should never be touched. Like it was some sort of offering at a shrine, or a memento of the deceased. Oh. I could only stand there perplexed and unable to respond. Rena continued speaking without waiting for a reply.
サトシ君の時とどうしてそんなにまで同じなの？
What happened to him? Rena was talking about more than just a bat belonging to Satoshi.
サトシ君もそうだった。野球チームには入ってたけど、本当は野球なんか好きじゃない人だったのに。
それが俺とどう関係が？
Meaning you guys are the same. You're gonna get.
サトシ君もある日突然バットを持ち歩き始めたの。チームに入ってただけでスポーツなんかしない人だったのに。
What about it? I closed my mouth before I could say that out loud. Listen carefully, Keiichi. Rena is trying to tell us something important.
サトシ君もね、ある日突然一人で登校するようになったの。
Oh my god.
ケイイチ君みたいに。
So basically, we're done for. Cause like all the things we're doing that we thought was smart, Satoshi already did that, and it did not work out for him.
そしてね、ある日突然素振りの練習を始めたの。ケイイチ君みたいに。そしてね、ある日突然バットを持ち歩くようになったの。ケイイチ君みたいに。
She's getting louder. I don't like that.
そしてね、ある日突然。
Then one day, suddenly what? Rena had swallowed her words. Rena's sudden silence brought a husk back to the surrounding area. It was then that I could finally digest the content of the entire conversation. She was saying my chain of actions was exactly the same as Satoshi. What was the meaning of this. Up until just now, I'd forgotten all about Satoshi. I had never paid much thought to him in the first place. Not only that, I didn't even know anything of what he'd done. My actions today should have been my own creation. After all, the planning I had done. But they have been the exact same as Satoshi? Then Satoshi, no, more importantly, if both Satoshi and I acted the same, then there would be a really good possibility that what happened after would be the same.
レナ、ある日突然、サトシはどうしたんだよ。
Rena knew. She knew what become of Satoshi. No, forget about what happened to the guy. No, forget about what happened to a guy in the past. Rena knew what was going to happen to me.
答えろよ、レナ。
GG for you too. Give me one moment.
Satoshi, どうしたんだよ。
With that, I grabbed Rena's shoulder violently and forcefully turned her around to face me. As I faced her, I felt a jolt travel through my entire body. Oh man.
言ったよね、ケイチ君。
What you told me? It was that person that I didn't know. At least, it definitely wasn't the Rena Rugu I have been talking to up until now. The voice just now didn't have a trace of trembling or emotion that it had before. The amount of regret I felt for turning her around so carelessly was unsurpassed. That gaze, that pierced like a cold needle, that smile on her face that invoked an image of having been carved out by a knife. Chills went down my spine. My mind froze under a layer of rime. Both of Rena's eyes pierced through mine, leaving me unable to look away. As if to remind me of the fear that from that time before, Rena brought her face close to mine, so close I could feel her breath. Oh, shit. Her face had filled with my entire field of vision. Then her sharply shaped lips grew even sharper, like the curve of a crescent moon. She grinned. Oh, God.
言ったよね、ケイチ君。
I feel like she's gonna hit me. After a short pause, Rena repeated the same word again.
サトシ君はね、転校しちゃったの。
Did he? Transfer? Meaning what? What Rena meant must have been some new definition of transfer that I was previously not aware of. My throat and lip dried up. I couldn't even acknowledge what I just heard. All I could do was swallow down my own saliva. It would have seemed that Rena saw this as a nod. She pulled her gaze back and spryly stepped back 2-3 paces. As she did, my legs gave out and I fell to my knees pathetically. Get that bat! Rena and me on my knees underneath her emotionless smile. That had to be a very good sight, odd sight indeed. Seeing me in that pathetic state, she neither scuffed at me nor held out her hand. She's done with you two, but I could neither stand nor escape with her gaze shooting through my eyes. There was undoubtedly a metal bat in my hand, but right now it was useless to me. I felt like I was a fly caught in her web. Heavy sweat beaded all over my body. I could feel it dripping from my skin.
しないよね、
Well, what?
ケイチ君は。
Oh, die? Yeah, definitely. I'm a survivor. Rena finally released me from that cage of time after what felt like an eternity. But her question was missing something important and was incredibly vague. Once again, I swallowed hard, urging her on.
何をだよ。
What did she not want me to do?
転校。
Yikes. Take up another bat. Pitch hitter. Nice trophy. Satoshi and I had what? All my well-planned action throughout the day turned out to have been nothing more than a reenactment of what Satoshi had done. That's so sad. Satoshi, had he really been in the same situation as I was now? The friends he had gotten along with had changed suddenly, and for no reason, at least none that I had noticed, planned to kill him. Then, fearing for his life as I am, he had a bat to protect himself and carried it around every day to practice his swing. And then one day, suddenly, he transferred. My blood went cold, causing a prickling sensation to course through my veins. Starting near my heart, it radiated outwards from the top of my head to the soles of my feet, chilling every part without recourse. What does she mean by transfer? What does she mean by transfer? Was Sashi still at whatever he transferred to? Was he the only one who would be able to understand me? Would he be able to tell me why it all ended up like this? More importantly, where did he transfer to? 6 feet underground. What does she mean by transfer? What does she mean by transfer? Is Satoshi dead? Before I knew it, I was at my front door. The friggin' knob was hard to turn. Was nobody home? It wasn't that odd of an occurrence. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my single key attached to my first steel keychain. I slipped into the entryway. Just as I was about to take off my shoes, a chill ran down my spine. What? Oh no, Rena. Because she can match her footprints and stuff. Like, I don't know. Someone had entered right behind me. Like a classmate messing around, standing right behind my back. Oh my god, that's so scary. You're kidding, right? It has to be my imagination. Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone to be able to hide their presence within my personal space all the way through the door. Keiichi, remember, Rena did that to you. Literally, she did that to you. But you were attentive and heard the footsteps. This time you didn't. But there was undoubtedly someone behind me. Hey now, Keiichi. How do you know that they're there? What? Even though they're behind you? Oh, because I could hear the sound of flowing hair. Oh. There's no other reason. I hear that sound. That was the presence. Because I could hear the sound of them blinking. Oh my god. I don't know. Ugh. Keiichi Maebara. There's no way you could hear that. Keiichi's mental state is so bad right now. He's being the Lulu. My most base instincts were warning me of the presence. Common sense was telling me that it was just my imagination. It was just my imaginations. There was nobody behind me. I began to erase the mental image of an eerie figure standing behind me. Maybe you should close the door. Maybe that should be the first step. Closing the door. But at the same time, I asked myself, if there was nobody, then what was I feeling? As an uncomfortable sensation crawled up my spine. Actually, wouldn't it be better if there was somebody there? If there was nobody there, when you turn around, would you be able to accept that? I'll be able to answer all those questions just by looking behind me. But I didn't have enough courage to even do that simple task. Oh, right. I could try speaking to them. The person behind me might answer me. It was a random thought. I didn't care how I went about it, just as long as I didn't have to turn around. If I had calmed down and thought about it, I would have known that... What? That wouldn't have solved anything. What the heck?
どなたですか?
Oh, hi Fizzy. Hey, yes, it's Higurashi. One of my favorite horror animes. I spoke in such a hoarse, broken voice that I couldn't believe it was my own. I could almost feel them contemplating their response. I felt it. There's no way I should be able to do that. Calm down, Keiichi. It's all in your head. Is it? Oh, the light. That time I was certain I heard it. As if hesitantly trying to enter my inquiry, I was certain I could hear the sound of somebody inhaling. What the freak? I heard it. I heard it. I heard it clearly. It was a girl. A young girl. I didn't know who, but a tiny speck of courage in me, however reckless it was, inspired a primal yet fitting solution to this current predicament. A scream. You have a bat in your hand. You better go swinging. All the force in my body released from my lungs and through my throat, creasing all thought process in my head. Suppressing all my thoughts and emotion, I begin to collapse like a house of cards, somehow managing to twist my body and look back as I did. It was definitely there. Right there. Somebody was there! Until the moment I turned around, until I brought the area behind me into a field of vision, they were definitely there. Yeah, your mental state is going bad. Falling face up, my eyes traced the remnant of presence suspended in the empty space. It couldn't be. They were invisible. They looked like they weren't there, but were they actually still standing there? As I screamed, all the emotions I had holding back burst free in a violent wave. However, I was decidedly calm as my emotional dam collapsed. The turbulent wave of pent-up emotions was swiftly diverted into a torrent of aggression. The emotion was definitely required to extricate myself from the bizarre situation happening right in front of me. In my state of heightening lucidity, I entrusted my body to the fury. The metal bat held firm in my right hand as if drawn by a magnet. A mid-level sweep would be the hardest attack to dodge. I remember reading something like that from a book about swordsmanship or something. You're just yapping. Oh, that scared me. I brandished my will to fight. After an image of the ML. What the heck? How does he think of these words? The after image of that amalgamation of a metal flash as it swing from left to right, beating against the entryway. I'm googling this word. What does this word mean? The action, process, or result of combining or uniting. Oh.
Amalgamation.
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 Amalgamation. Union, merger, blend, mixture. Okay. The bat slammed into the right wall, the tip rebounding violently. Wait, you're swinging this to a wall? Amalgamation. Ugh, my back. Ugh. Amalgamation. Thank you, Fizzy. Very calmly, I transfer the force of the rebound into a sweep into the left. Is he swinging this bat in the house? Like, what is your parents gonna say? The door of the shoe cupboard was split into pieces. Why? Those two swings whiffed through empty spaces, but they seemed to have a great psychological impact on the enemy. I could feel the panic emanating from that space. The attack wasn't the only thing required. I tracked the bat from the cupboard it was appended in and screamed as I spun my entire body around in a large arc. Yeah, My screams shook the air, imbuing my ferocious swing with even more destructive power. He's breaking the house! Oh, you spelled it wrong? Without mercy or restraint, my violent strike with certainty, fatal force behind it, shattered the top of my cupboard. None of my attacks struck the enemy, but my ferocity has certainly seemed to impact them. Breathing heavily, my entire body soaked in sweat, the visible enemy there, but not there dispersed. When I was certain that the enemy had retreated, I locked the front door and lashed the chain. You should have been done that. No way had it only feigned retreat, and now only inside my house? Oh. Once again, I channeled my aggression and searched the house for the presence. But it was gone. I had succeeded in fingering it off. Oh, he's being the Lulu now. His mental state is not good. At that moment, the tension drained from my body and I let out a deep sigh of relief. All the emotions I had been holding back chaotically merged together and began to flood out. A whole fog of fear, accomplishment, and disbelief all mixed together and began to flow through my body. Unable to deal with each individual feeling, I beat them all back with the strongest exhaustion. Even in this moment, I remained composed. I like that for you, Keiichi. After checking that all the doors throughout the house were locked, I went up to my room on the second floor and closed the curtains. I straightened my back and tilted my head back a little. After clearing my mind, for all my idle thoughts, I managed to calm down even more. What was that at the front door? There was definitely something there. Thinking about it, maybe it was just an apparition I dreamt up in my confused state, but I didn't really think that was the case. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. Compose yourself. But no matter how calmly I thought about it, what just happened wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was obviously a supernatural phenomenon, and without a doubt, something was behind me. Ah, God. It wasn't some sort of illusion I saw amidst my confusion and disorientation. Proof? I had just one piece. One piece. When I asked it who is it, they inhaled as if they were about to answer. That sound was clearly reached into my ear. That's scary. The situation I was in right now was still unclear. Either I'd been possessed by the supernatural phenomenon known as Oyashiro-sama curse, or this was a ruse by the villagers who believe in it and were imitating it. Could be that. Either way, their motives were unclear. The roundabout way it had done was just still a mystery. Oh my gosh, I'm almost done with my water. If it was perpetrated by humans, that would mean admitting that it was Rena and the rest of them doing it, but it would be solvable. Oishi-san and the rest of the police would surely arrest my enemy. But if it was a manifestation of Oyashiro-sama's curse, I wonder what would happen. Oishi-san very clearly declared that curses didn't exist. At that time, those words were pretty dependable, but as things were now, with the rising possibility that the perpetrators were not humans, it suddenly seemed quite unreliable. If I told Oishi-san that this was the work of Oyashiro-sama's curse, what would happen? I couldn't imagine his reaction, but it would go without question that a void would expand rapidly between me and Oishi-san. With me having so few allies to begin with, and not being able to confidently declare whether or not this was a curse, there was no merit to doing that. I better keep the... excuse me. I better keep the facts that what just happened at the doorway to myself. It would be better if I didn't add what happened here at the memo behind the clock. There was still the ever so slight possibility that I was actually confused when I thought I was composed, and I was just going berserk at the entryway. How wonderful would that be if this was really what happened? I would be unable to refute Oyashiro-sama's curse. But if I deny Oyashiro-sama's curse, then that would mean admitting that Rena and the rest were the perpetrators. I don't understand. Why did they kill Satoshi if Satoshi is a villager? Like, what did Satoshi do to have them turn on him? Like, that's the question I needed to know. If I said that Rena and the rest were the perpetrator, then that would mean believing in Oyashiro-sama's curse. But denying both of those would be admitting that I myself was using it. The three options from which I couldn't choose become a thrillum of sorts. They mixed together and form a whirlpool in my mind, making my head spin. Once again, I straightened myself and leaned my head back slightly to cool myself down. Calm down, Keiichi. Accept what has happened as reality. Stop thinking of anything more than that. But I couldn't help but think about it. How wonderful it would be if I turned it out I was delirious and everything up until now was a figment of my imagination. Oyashiro-sama's curse wouldn't exist and I would still be bested Betty's with Ren and the rest. I would have to be crazy. That was the first time in my life I ever wished for such a thing. Wow. Phone's ringing? Why? The phone rang noisily downstairs. Generally, there was no calls for me, so I never really answered the phone much. But since my parents weren't here, I had no choice. I squirmed off my bed and went downstairs. When you're chilling and somebody has to answer, I'm calling you.
Moshi, Maebara desu.
Moshi Moshi.
Keiichi, お母さんだけど。
I intuitively had a bad feeling about this. It was because I thought she was going to ask me to go out and buy some things. So I took the initiative. What the heck?
何? 別に俺、夕食はインスタントでもいいよ。まだいっぱいあったでしょ?
The other day we went out as a family and bought a whole case of cup noodles. I wanted to get a bunch of different kinds actually, but they refused since the individual packs were expensive. So instead I got a whole case of the mega-sized pork bun ginger flavor on one I like. But my parents don't like strong flavors, and I didn't touch any of them, so the cupboards were still full of them. What? Why'd you buy it?
だからさ、買い物に行く必要はないんじゃないの？
ケイイチ、買い物のお願いじゃないの。お父さんとお母さんね、お仕事の関係で急遽東京に行かなくちゃならなくなったの。
Why both of you?
え？今から？
That was really abrupt.
もう着いちゃってるの。
Are you serious? These parents do not care about me.
お昼には出発してたからね。
It was quite a distance to Tokyo from Hinamizawa. Gunning it full speed down the highway would still take 6 hours. Dad has a license, but since he doesn't like the highway, they likely took the train. It would have taken longer.
ケイイチもお父さんとお母さんの話を聞いてたからわかるかもしれないけど、お父さんのお仕事の契約がね、今ちょっとうまくいってないの。
But mom, what does that contract have to do with you? Low-key, no offense. Now that she mentioned it, I did remember that they talk all the time about how his job prospects weren't looking so good. I don't know, maybe he should find a new job?
お父さんはそういうのに繊細な人だから、このままだとお仕事にも影響が出ちゃうの。
Yeah, he's gonna beat us someday. Part of my father's particular fragile artistic personality, his emotions change as easily as the fall of skies. Honestly. You could also just say he couldn't take criticism. That too. Like, what's up with the dad?
でも、そんなの電話でやり取りすればいいじゃないか。
ケイイチ、お父さんのお仕事なんだから、もうちょっと応援してあげて。ね。
I hate that she said that.
とにかく電話よりも直接会って話した方が早いの。
I mean, because like you guys are like traveling not by car but by train, and the fact that it takes 6 hours by car, and you guys are taking a train, yeah, it is faster, I guess.
誤解もないし。
As their son, there's nothing more I could say once they started talking about work.
だから帰るのは明日の晩になっちゃうの。
If I make it tomorrow night.
ケイイチ、一人で大丈夫よね。
別に死にゃしないよ。
Famous last words.
ケイイチ、死んじゃうなんて軽々しく言っちゃダメよ。心配事があったら相談してね。
How can I talk to you guys if you guys are like unreliable?
母さん、きっと相談に乗れると思うから。
No, you're not. Yesterday I did bring it up if I died rather abruptly, so I suppose they were a little worried. But I was more depressed by the fact that nothing could be solved by telling them. But I didn't plan on dying. At least not while I still knew nothing. I would never allow it.
死なないよ。俺はあがいてでも生き延びる。
He's a survivor.
そう。じゃあね、明日の朝ちゃんと起きるのよ。朝ごはんは食べてね。お風呂と歯磨きも忘れないのよ。
へいへい。そんじゃ。
The call ended like that. Sometimes my parents went off to wait. No. Sometimes my parents went off to Tokyo for business meetings. But Tokyo was far away. They normally did things by phone. The times they did go were normally planned out in advance. It never happened suddenly. I feel like this has a connection. I feel like maybe Mion's family is probably messing with my dad's business, and that's why he had to go to Tokyo. And they were like trying to isolate me so that way I can it'll be easier to kill me. I couldn't say that these soul circumference didn't feel strange, or rather unnatural. Anyways, I only needed to recognize the reality of the situation. That tonight, I was the only one in the house. That's when my parents came back from work. I'll be gone missing. Vanish. Looking back on the series of events of the previous 5 years involving Oyashiro-sama's curse, it wouldn't seem that strange at all. Come to think of it, it was getting pretty late. I didn't think it was good that the only light in the whole house was from my room on the second floor. It was the same as the broadcasting to the enemy that my parents were gone, and that was their chance. First, I ran to the living room, flicked on the lights, and turned on the TV Next was the study. I generally turned on the light and some music. With this, from the outside, it would look like my parents were here. Once again, I went through the house, checking to see if there was anything left on lock. When I saw the veranda, what the heck, and the laundry still hanging out there, I went pale. That would make it too obvious. I needed to take it down. He's so paranoid. I remember he was so paranoid in the anime. This is like, he's more paranoid in the game. I snatched down the laundry casually and erased all traces that my mother wasn't there. It should be fine now. Ah, the garage. They hadn't gone all the way to Tokyo by car, but they had gone up to Okinomiya Station. The garage was empty, wide open, and in plain sight. This was not good. Why is the garage open? Isn't the garage connected to your house? What if when he gets in? I panic and rush out the back to close the normally open garage door. It should be fine now. I needed to get the paper. Mom always gets the paper. Since they left in the afternoon, the evening paper was still out there. Wow. My premonition was correct. I pulled out everything from the mailbox and dropped it in the entryway. With this, for sure, this time, it should be fine. Come to think of it, leaving the cupboard busted like that for my little freakout was kind of bad. I'll just say I tripped and fell, and the bat I was holding smashed into it. Even so, just leaving it in its current state wasn't good. I should clean it up as little before Mom got back and scolded me. I remember that there was a broom and dustpan in the closet. As I was going to get them, the phone rang once again. Is it our parents? Why?
もしもし、前原です。
Probably our dad.
あら、ケイイチくん
Why is Villager A calling me?
お母様はいらっしゃいますかしら
今ちょっといないんですけど。
You idiot, Keiichi Maebara. You did all that to make sure your parents were home, and then you just say, yeah, they're not home. Don't reveal that your parents are gone. You can follow up still. Come down and take care of it.
すぐに戻ると思います。
That wasn't a good response either. Keiichi, you're done for. Now, they might, like, this Villager A is probably gonna tell, like, the top brasses, hey, his parents are not here. It's time to get the work done. Now that they might say that they'll call again, or to tell her to call them when she comes back.
なら、結構です。大した話でもありませんから。では、失礼しますわね。
No way. Keiichi, you fooled. The scenario I fear didn't play out, eliciting a sign of relief. That call was fortunate in more ways than one. I have to deal with any telephone calls coming in from my parents tonight. I was somehow able to deal with the phone call just now, but I couldn't continue to rely on such poor improvisation. What? I needed to make up a good story to explain that that my parents were home, but I couldn't answer the phone at the moment. They were making it tempura and couldn't step away from it right now. That wasn't good enough. They were sick and went to bed because they weren't feeling well? Well, was that going to be safe enough? No. I was thinking about it on the way back to my room when the phone rang once again. It was like they were calling because they knew I was going to lie. I didn't want to pick up, but I knew I had to. They suspect my parents weren't here. I should have just taken the phone off the hook under the pretense that I didn't realize that it was. But since the phone rang, I had to pick it up. I prepared myself and lifted up the receiver.
もしもし。
I stopped announcing that this was the Maebara residence. I had no reason to be kind to someone I didn't know the identity of. But unlike my uncuffed voice, the person on the other side sounded goofy and lighthearted. Mion. Oh.
私、沖宮書房の大石と申しますが。
大石。
大石さんですか。
前原さんですか。こんばんは。お元気そうで何よりです。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。
I grabbed the portable headset and rushed up to my room with it. It was the same no matter where I was since there was no one else, but I wanted to be in a spot that just felt a bit safer when speaking on the phone with Oishi-san.
お待たせしました。
いかがですか、その後お変わりは。
Since then, when was that exactly? There was something about the brazen way he talked that rubbed me the wrong way. Last time I spoke with Oishi-san was 2 days ago. The day I stayed home from school, I met Oishi-san on the way back from the hospital, and we headed into town for lunch and had a talk. Then after that, Rena and Mion came to check up on me. Whenever I spoke with Oishi-san, they always knew about it. That's weird. It was like that since the first time I met him. Today's phone call may well be found out by them as well.
もしもし、聞こえてますか、前原さん。
あ、すみません。なんて言いました？
その後、何か変わったことはありませんかとお尋ねしたんです。お返事がないんで焦りましたよ。
特には。
The words stopped in my throat. There was a ton of stuff that happened. All of it baffling. What should I talk about? I didn't understand any of it, but I should try acting. I didn't act now. I may never have another chance. This night when my parents weren't home, I had no guarantees I would make it through the night safely after all.
大石さん、やっぱり俺、命を狙われているみたいです。
本当ですか?
He sounds shocked, but he knew this was gonna happen.
偶然の可能性もあるんですが、先日俺が病気で休んだ日、夕方にあの二人がお見舞いに来たんです。
あの二人？
レナとミオンです。そしてそこで大石さんと一緒に昼飯を食ったことを正されました。
それで
お見舞いってことでおはぎを置いていったんですが、その中に針が入ってたんです。偶然飲み込まずに済みましたが、これってやっぱり脅迫でしょうか？
その針は？
What about it?
よく見かけるような普通の裁縫針のようでした。糸を通す穴が開いていて。
違いますよ、前原さん。針です。
What about it?
証拠になります。
Oh.
脅迫だと立証できるかもしれません。
But I think he threw it away.
その針はありますか?
He threw it away. That's right. That's it. I dropped the receiver and rushed downstairs. When I tossed the mochi, I had overlooked it out of terror, but that needle was a valuable piece of evidence. Let's see, I threw the mochi and needle at the wall together. If it was there, then it would be in the living room wall. But your parents cleaned that up, didn't they? But my prudent mother had cleaned that living room wall, and there was not much of a trace of mochi left on it. Could it be that it dropped to the gap between the wall and the carpet? I frantically searched by running my palm through the carpet, but nothing turned up. I tried moving around the sofa and desk, pulling up the carpet, then flapping it around. But I couldn't find the needle. Did my mom clean up everything without noticing it? It was just 2 days ago. I didn't know what day they collect the burnable trash, but it may still be in the trash bin in the kitchen. Oh, I rushed into the kitchen, opened up the lid of the pail, and poured out the content. But even at a glance, I could tell that it would be incredibly difficult to find the needle in this pile of trash. I was looking for a needle in a trash sack. I know. I'll try running my hands through it. It was a bit gross, but I was looking for a needle. Oh. If I felt a small prick, I'll be able to find it. It was a pretty tactless method, but it was the quickest. I held my breath and started striking the pile of trash with my hand. Filth flew about. There was nothing more disgusting than this, but it was not the time to be concerned about such details. I continued on for a while, but nothing turned up. I wanted to search more thoroughly, but I was still on the phone. I shouldn't let Oishi-san waiting for too long. Later, when Mom got back, I had to ask her if there was a needle. I hesitantly began scribbling on the notepad, affixed it to the refrigerator with a magnet. Was there a needle? I scrawled the floor words with a red pen. I then dashed back upstairs where I had been keeping Oishi-san waiting for far too long.
もしもし。どうでしたか？
見つかりません。あの時はつい気が動転していて。
そうですか。見つかればでいいんです。保管しておいてくださいね。
That's right. The needle wasn't the only incident. I had to tell him about this morning about the hit and run.
あと大石さん、それだけじゃないんです。実は今朝。
That van was definitely aiming for me. I could say that without question due to her circumstance at the time.
その車のナンバープレートは見ましたか?
Oh yeah.
こちらでも探してみます。
Damn. At the time, I just flipped out yelling at him and I didn't look at the plate. Oh my gosh, Keiichi. What failures on my part with the needles and the plate number? I was so focused just protecting myself that I let some of the most important details slip out my grasp. Oh my god. I'm sparing. I punched my pillow, annoyed at how worthless I was.
すみません。白いワゴン車ってこと以外はわかりません。
A white van? That sounds familiar.
仕方ないことですよ、前原さん。
Didn't like Mion family had like a white van? I don't remember, but I feel like they did.
惹かれかければ気も動転します。
やっぱりこれらって偶然じゃないですよね。
Oishi-san started to hem and haul over on the other end. I could imagine him folding his arms.
あと、レナの様子もやっぱり怪しいです。
それはどんな感じですか？
But Rena said on the way home today, asking why it was so much like Satoshi-kun. Now I could say with confidence that Rena knew what happened to Satoshi. She knew that there was more to it than him just simply disappearing.
レナは知っています。去年の鬼隠しにあったサトシのことを何か知っています。
それは具体的にどういうことですか？
レナが言うには、俺はサトシとそっくりらしいんです。このまま行くと、俺もサトシと同じ運命をたどると、そんな感じのことを言うんです。
運命ですか？具体的にどんな運命をたどるか言及しましたか？
He might, quote unquote, transfer.
転校と。
転校？
レナは、サトシは転校したって言ってるんです。で、俺もこのままだと転校しちゃうぞって。
What's their definition of transfer out? Oishi-san let out a stern sigh and grumbled loudly.
前原さん、それはおそらく何かの脅迫、もしくは警告ですね。
俺もそう思ってます。
At that point, I started to think, would it be prudent to sum up everything that had happened until now as, oh my gosh, as the machination of some human perpetrator? What the heck? Other than the theory of being Rena and the others, I was left with Oyashiro-sama's curse actually existing as the only explanation. Of course, I couldn't tell that to Oishi-san. Except Rena's strange behavior could be proof of either scenarios. Whether it was Oyashiro-sama's curse being real or everything being part of a conspiracy committed by all the villagers, Rena was involved. Rena had to know something. Rena was suspicious. What exactly was Rena? I couldn't help but think she was somehow involved with a string of mysterious deaths. I seem to recall that Oishi-san had admitted that he had dug into Rena's past before. He was probably just downplaying it when he said a little. Maybe he had actually dug pretty deep, most likely. I wanted to hear about Rena. I wanted to know what happened to her previous school, amongst other things that were still unknown to me. If Rena was somebody I should suspect, no, not that. I wanted to know the truth. Tonight, I was alone in this huge house. Even though I said I couldn't count on them, I had lost the security I felt I had just by my parents being around. It wasn't like this house was some sort of fortress or castle. If a malicious person decided to use brute force, they'll easily gain entry. Why did I feel like I heard like a door open? There were no other residents close to the Maebara residence. No one would be able to hear anything, no matter how loud it was. I had never felt so much resentment towards my father's artistic temperament and the fact that he had this house built in such a remote location as I did right now, right? Oh my gosh. I wonder if I would still be here by tomorrow morning. So I had to ask. Right now. Wait, did somebody ring the doorbell? Because I had no idea when the next chance would come.
大石さん、聞きたいことがあるんです。隠さないでくださいね。
ええ、何でも聞いてください。
Even though he was so far away on the other end of the line, this was the most reliable he had ever felt. I wanted to ask about Rena. But what happened at her previous school?
実はレナの
I noticed a sound that has been going on for a while now. Since I was so focused on the call, I didn't pay attention to it at first, but I finally realized it was the doorbell. That time was 7 o'clock. It was past the time that the postman would be making a delivery, and past any sensible time for a neighbor to be visiting. I considered just acting like nobody was home, but that wouldn't be good. That would ruin all the work I put in making it look like my parents were home. I need to answer the door.
もしもし、前原さん？
あ、すみません。誰か来たみたいですので、ちょっと
お客さんですか。すみません、すみません。
No, don't hang up, okay? Stay on the line.
今夜のお電話はこれくらいにしましょうか。
No. That would be a problem.
あ、いえ、すぐ戻りますから。電話はこのままでいいですか？
はいはい、構いませんよ。
Yes, please. Like, I feel reassuring that at least somebody's, like, here. Even if it's on a phone call. I dropped the headset on my bed and dashed down the stairs. I needed to make up a good excuse to get them to leave. I had a hunch that it was the lady who called right before Oishi-san did. In which case, it would be one of the neighbors who's friends with my mom. I'll just say mom isn't feeling well and went to bed early. That would be the easiest option. Stop it. It'll be hard for her to ask me to wake up my mom if she's not feeling well. The bell continued to ring at a regular interval. If someone didn't answer after you ring the bell so much, you normally give up and go home, wouldn't you? Exactly. Who the heck is doing this? Without moving the chains, I opened the door slightly and peered out the visitor. A chill ran down my spine. I knew it! Somewhere deep inside, I had prepared for this moment. I had tried to escape by imagining it was the easiest person to deal with. One of my mom's friends. Who is it? Is it Rena?
こんばんは。
Rena.
Yeah, she's gonna be hard. There shouldn't be any reason for Rena to come over at this hour. The timing also made me feel uneasy, because it was just as I was about to ask Oishi-san about Rena. I wish I could have just chalked this up to mere coincidence, but those unsettling words from Mion several days ago echoed back to me.
さーてね、おじさんにわからないことはないからね。
Rena 一人。
You went outside with her? You brave. Hope you got your bat ready. It seemed that Mion wasn't with her, but that didn't change the situation at all.
何しに来たんだよ。
ねえ、ケイチ君。ちゃんとドアを開けてお話ししたいな。
You crazy? You staying outside.
レナは玄関に入っちゃダメなのかな
It was true that speaking through a chained door wasn't the right way to talk to a classmate. But
うち夜は必ずチェーンかけてるんだよ。気にすんなよ。
なら仕方ないかな。
Rena looked at the ground sadly, but she kept smiling at least, and her effort to keep that smile up was quite pitiful. Even though she was tugging at my heartstrings, I didn't lower my guard. As long as I stayed like this, even if it made my heart ache, my life wasn't in danger. What I really fear, more than the possibility that hoodlums would assault me if I removed the chain, was trusting Rena enough to remove the chain and having my friendship betrayed. What if you open the chain and then a bunch of people just start popping up from the bushes? As long as the chain wasn't unlatched, even if it made my heart ache, I wouldn't have to deal with being betrayed by Rena. And what if, because you're talking to Rena, somebody comes behind your house? Since it didn't seem like I removed the chain from her silent urging, she appeared to give up on trying to get into the entranceway.
あのさ、ケイチ君。ご飯食べた？
No, I haven't eaten. Since my mom wasn't there, dinner wouldn't be ready no matter how long I waited. I laid down when I got home, was woken up by the phone, and didn't have a chance to eat since I used up all the time talking. I was going to have cup noodles in any case. I could just eat one whenever I wanted to.
いや、まだだよ。それがどうしたよ。
Why'd you say that?
じゃあよかった。これ見て。お惣菜とか持ってきてあげたの。
Don't eat it. Rena held out a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth.
お台所とか貸してくれれば、お味噌汁も温めてあげられるよ。
You are not using my kitchen.
いいよ、そこまでしてくれなくても。
でも、お豆腐もお野菜もたっぷりなの。ケイチ君、そういうの嫌いかな
There was no way I wouldn't like that. I love miso soup with lots of ingredients. white radish, carrots, burdock root, and potatoes, dense and furobus root vegetables. Yeah, that's miso soup. Looks incredible.
ご飯も持ってきてあげたから、レンジで温めればすぐ食べられるし。
It looks good, but I'm suspicious of you. Without a doubt, rice needs miso soup. Stuffing rice down your gullet, sipping miso soup in between ravish bites. Oh yes, how wonderful it is to be born Japanese.
それからね、またお漬物を作ってきたんだよ。
Pickles? No, thank you. You gotta. I'm dismissing you.
今度は山菜のお漬物なの。
Before I had moved here to Hinamizawa, I scuffed up the mountain vegetables called sansai. But I was captivated by the charm the first time I tried them. Such a deep yet light flavor. Those so-called supermarket vegetables taste rough and overpowering in comparison. If you had described them, then they were the vegetables for the uninitiated. To become an expert such as myself, if you first had to partake of a sansai? It was common knowledge around here that the Rugu family traditional pickles were wonderfully delicious. No matter what kind of pickle they were, they go well with the fluffy white rice. Stop, Keiichi. Don't let her convince you.
それからね。
So delicious. It just seems so delicious. Farewell to my unhealthy self who said he would make do with cup noodles. Rena appeared to be in good spirits, and she was offering such a delicious sounding dinner. Keiichi, really? Really? The stress evaporated from my gut, and hunger reared its voracious head. At the same time, my wariness of Rena suddenly dwindled. Rena did say she was alone. It shouldn't be a problem letting her inside. Wow. Wow, famous last words. Though the possibility that it was laced with poison still hadn't been ruled out. At that moment, a cold chill ran down my spine once again. I couldn't understand why such a sensitive sensation had occurred just then. But the voice inside me was sounding alarm. This happy Rena speaking of this charming dinner was dependent on one premises. And that premises was that tonight, dinner hadn't been made at my house, meaning it was under the assumption that my mom, who should be making it, wasn't here. She knows your parents are not home. At any normal household, 7 o'clock would be around the middle of dinner time. If my mom were here, we'll be eating dinner around this time as well. The fact that she brought over all the makings of a meal at this time was inherently strange. Unless she knew. Rena, did she know that my parents weren't home? Most definitely. But there was also the chance that this was a bluff. I had turned on the lights with a bunch of other stuff to make it seem like my parents were here. There was a chance that Rena wasn't sure if my parents were home. But I had to wonder. The laundry, the garage, the evening news. There were plenty of signs of them being hastily tidied up. It was hard to say that Rena didn't have a chance to determine if my parents were here or not. But there was no reason for me to confess that right now. I should try holding on to the fact as long as I could. First of all, the chain was still latched. As long as I didn't take it off, Rena wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Isn't that the part where, like, he slammed Rena's fingers?
もう少しで夕飯ができるみたいなんだよ。
Oh yeah, I remember. Didn't he like slam her fingers in the spore? What?
そうなの？そうなの？
せっかくで申し訳ないんだけどさ、その
Unable to think of a good way to refuse, my words trailed off weakly.
でもちょっとはおかずになると思うな。思うな。
悪いけど間に合ってるよ。うちのお袋ってさ、結構おかずをいっぱい作るんだよ。だから。
おかずあるの？
Yeah. With a smile that bordered on a cringe, I dodged her question apologetically. I can't read for nothing. But the feeling I had to ignore began creeping up my back again. I spoke as if my mom was settling down dinner right now, but it didn't mesh well with what Rena was saying. Rena was talking as if she was unaware of the obvious facts. And that I was a... and that I was aware of it as well.
ケイチ君もおかずとか作れるんだね。
No, did you not hear me? I said my mom.
何を作ったのかな。
いや、別に俺が。
Rena had assumed out of nowhere that I had made the dishes. No, not so much that I made them, but rather that my mom hadn't. What the heck? It's so suspicious. Keiichi, do you see this?
本当に作ったの？おかず、ケイチ君が？
だから、俺が作ったんじゃないよ。お袋が作った。いや、作ってるんだよ。今。だからさ、悪いけど、レナの持ってきてくれたのは食べられないんだよ。
So, F off. Rena fell silent at the moment. At that moment, I felt that the light had suddenly disappeared from her eyes. Here we go.
ケイチ君のお夕飯、当ててみようか？
Oh, she's gonna say cup noodles.
なんだっていいじゃないか。
ね。
The conversation might appear natural at first glance, but Rena was firmly in control. I love that for Rena. It felt like I was being interrogated.
そのお夕飯、お湯だけで作れるんじゃないかな。
What the heck?
おいおい、侮るなよ。うちのお袋のスペシャルなディナーを見くびるなってんだ。そりゃもう満館全席状態ですごいのなんの。
Tickets sold out, he says. I tried my best to put on a strong front, but I couldn't grit my teeth quite right. So instead I looked like someone who was borderline hysterical. You do. But Rena showed no reaction whatsoever, even to the silliness.
ケイチ君、本当にお母さん、ご飯作ってってくれたの？
Why don't you believe me?
いや、だから、くれたんじゃなくて、今作ってるんだよ。もうすぐ晩飯に。
Rena had taken that assertion of mine that my mother was home and making dinner right now, and was completely ignoring it. I could tell that the more I panicked, the colder Rena came.
ねえ、ケイチ君。
At that moment, an uncomfortable chill crept in from the gap in the doorway. Closed the door.
お母さん、お家にいるのかな？
Why do you care? I couldn't keep up this charade anymore. Rena, she knew full well that my parents weren't home. But I've come too far to admit that now. Anyways, my parents were here and we'll be having dinner soon. That was the situation I had concocted. So I answered. I told her she was here.
いるよ。もちろん。
Keiichi, you're not a good liar. I could feel the humidity drying out from the surrounding air. Rena's eyes were becoming more frigid, piercing me with their jello glare?
どうして？
Oh.
何のことかな？
Wait. I try acting casual, but that facade? What? Was torn off me the instant I looked into Rena's eyes. That look, it informed me of Rena's response faster than she could open her mouth.
どうしてさっきから嘘をつくのかな？
That scared me, not gonna lie. Look how close she is. Look at those eyes. It was last time it was Mion. Now it's Rena doing this.
嘘なんか。
嘘だよね。
嘘なんかじゃ。
嘘だよ。
Rena's outburst sent a jolt surging through my body. Rena and I were still separated by what few inches? That's slightly ajar, but still chained door could afford. What the heck? But despite that, I was still being cornered. My house, which I considered a safe haven until now, had become more like a dark alleyway where no one could save me.
ケイチ君のお夕飯、当てるよ。ね。
I knew now that Rena had already known that my parents would not be here tonight. But it was still so strange that it had come to this. Even if she somehow knew that my parents weren't home, there was no way she should be able to guess what I'd be eating tonight. But Rena said she guessed. How could she guess it? How could she know it was instant? Oh! That I was going to eat! Wait, the cooking repertoire of a man who can't do house dishes is probably nothing but cup noodles after all. Looking at this statistically, it was the most probable answer. That didn't mean she was guessing. I don't want to eat your stuff. Calm down, Keiichi Maebara. I like how he has to say his full name every time to like calm him down. This was just a coincidence. Rena was just reading certain tales of me. So the fact that she was inferring what I was thinking alarmed me. But it wasn't as if she was actually reading my mind. It was as if being read then she was a demon. No, not a demon. Things like that, they couldn't possibly exist.
Ramen ga kayo?
What the heck? What did she say? Rena indicated that the point my answer was addressing was wrong. Her rebuttal was so short that I momentarily didn't understand the words Rena had spoken.
ごめん、レナ。今、なんて？
何が？
今さ、何が好きって聞いたんだよ。
It wasn't long before I regretted how carelessly I pushed forward with this question. It was such a simple answer. That was why I wouldn't be able to comprehend it.
豚骨生姜味。
She knows even the flavor? I wonder how I appeared in the moment my mind completely blanked until the moment I was unable to recover. As my field of view began to distort, slowly swirling in a counterclockwise direction, I lost all sense of balance. Get her. I didn't even deny it. That was the type of frenzy state I was in. How could Rena know even this? Not even caring as I mashed my head against the door, I fixated my gaze on Rena. But she didn't even flinch when she saw me do it.
確かに買った。まとめて買った。俺が箱買いした。それがどうしてわかるんだ。
なんでかな。不思議だね。
It is.
だね。
How could you dodge the question at a time like this? A chain and the door suddenly were no longer protecting me.
どうしてわかる？なぜ知ってる？答えろ！
買ったのはセブンスマートだよね。
How do you know? A shiver ran up my spine. I tried covering it up with an angry facade.
だから、なんでわかるんだよ！
ケイチ君の後ろ、ずっとくっついてたから。
What?
何を言ってんだよ。
She was following us. You telling me nobody noticed her following me? I couldn't understand why she was saying she's been following me all this time.
だから、レナがケイチ君の後ろにずっとくっついてたの。
What the? Like that night? That night I was absorbed in my phone conversation with Oishi-san. I didn't even sense her being there. Standing behind the door. Behind me. Standing there just like that.
ケイチ君がいろんなラーメン選んでるとこ、後ろからずっと見てたの。
What?
いろんな種類を選んでたんだよね。それでお母さんに怒られたの。高いラーメンばっかり選ぶから一種類にしなさいって。
Oh.
それでケイチ君、大好きな大きいカップの豚骨生姜味を選んだんだよね。レナも好きだよ。豚骨ラーメン。
I don't care what you like. I'm not lying. I do care.
でも、大きいカップは全部食べきれないけどね。
My brain was paralyzed, dulling my sense. It might have been a defense mechanism to diminish the fear I was feeling to non-traumatizing level, but the fear of being diminished, the fog enveloped my mind was clear. Then I could understand what Rena was saying and started to put meaning behind her words. Even so, my fear hadn't subsided completely. It was like I was sitting at the edge of a cliff, eyes closed, and I didn't have to look down. I didn't actually solve any of the basic problems. I slowly took a step backwards, and as I withdrew, Rena advanced.
だからケイチくん、ここを開けて。レナと一緒にご飯食べよう。きっと美味しいから。ね。
Oh my god. Thumbnail. Rena's pale, slender fingers squirmed through the cracks of the door one at a time, as if trying to mind of her own, rattling the chain. The heck? Back up! If she had unlatched the chain from the door, a feeling of terror would have just exploded within me. This art is so cool. It is. After this scene, I'm gonna play the anime. I'm gonna play the anime scene. I want to see the anime form again. But Rena didn't do that. She was simply imploring me to remove the chain. I tried my hardest to light the fuse to the powder keg in my heart. What? Trying again and again. Clatter, clatter. But it doesn't light. It doesn't light.
開けて。
No.
ケイチくん。
No. No.
帰ってくれ。頼むから。帰ってくれ。
どうしてそんな意地悪を言うのかな。かな。
What's up with her eye? Now she's going crazy.
帰ってくれ。帰れよ。
Girl. Oh, Keiichi. Man, that voice actor went hard. The powder keg inside me finally went off. No smoldering. It just exploded. Whoo! I tackled the door. The force through the door had knocked Rena momentarily off balance. I couldn't hesitate there. You gonna beat her? Oh, I grabbed onto the doorknob with both hands, planting my feet firmly and pulled with all my might. But that slamming sound, as I desired, didn't happen. I could feel a tiny, disturbing bit of resistance keeping the door from closing. Oh my god, she's strong. And the source of that was Rena's finger. Each of those fingers wriggling, squirming around like the tendrils of a carnivorous plant through the crack of the doorway.
痛いよ、ケイチくん。痛い。
It wasn't a harsh shriek, but more of a yelp she was trying to keep back. Oh my god. I kept on pulling on the door with all my might. I didn't even realize that if I didn't loosen my pull on the door at least momentarily, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out. Oh! Okay, he's trying to close the door, but like Rena's fingers aren't on the door. Oh my god, that sounds so scary. That sounds sad, but like sounds like messed up. Cause like, oh my gosh, she closed the door on her fingers, and he's trying to close the door, but her fingers are blocking the door. But he needs to move it. He needs to like. Oh my gosh, Rena wouldn't be able to pull her fingers out, and that was why the door wasn't closing. Oh my god.
本当に痛いの、ケイチくん。
He's trying to cut off her fingers. Whoa.
ふざけが過ぎたなら謝るよ。
I didn't care one bit for her apology. No matter how much she's apologized, it didn't change any of what she's done up until now. You closed the door on her finger, Keiichi. You are not soft. It didn't change anything at anything.
痛いの。痛いの。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
Oh my gosh, even I'm kind of like I feel so bad for her, even though I know this is what must be done. This is just like in Wuthering Heights. Wuthering Heights. What's Wuthering Heights? Wait, let me just let me Google that real quick. Oh, it's a new. Wait, it's a movie? It's a movie or a book? What is this? Oh, it came out February 13? Last week. Came here. Wait, you know, it came out like a month ago. Oh, Margaret is on that movie. Oh, okay. What? What is this movie? Okay, I'll go back on that later. Rena couldn't leave even if she wanted to because I trapped her fingers. It's kind of effed up. Emily Bonnet novel just got a rather inaccurate movie adaptation. Okay. Rena's white fingers had become deep red and were no longer even squirming. Bro, let her go. I'm kind of feeling bad about her. Just let her fingers go.
Got it!
Dang, you're slamming her fingers on that door. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, this is kind of gut-wrenching. Rena's apologies were occasionally twisted with pain, but like a broken record, she was intent on repeating it over and over again. Go away. Go away. Go away. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I pulled on the door even harder. Finally, Rena's fingers were somehow able to slip out from their imprisonment in the doorway. The moment that happened, the door closed soundly, and I could hear the thud of Rena falling on her butt on the other side. Aww. I locked the door immediately. I made a loud clunk, voicing my rejection to Rena. You still want me to open this door? What? Rena leaned against the door, apologizing profusely and nothing else. After confirming that I was sufficiently sealed off from her, I trudged away from the entryway. On the other side, I could hear Rena echoing her apology. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Those pitiful words, they would be forever seeking my forgiveness. I didn't feel bad about this at all. But that wasn't out of any sort of malice. I just felt sort of hazy sense of relief that I was able to escape from Rena. Before Mion had threatened me at this doorway, saying there was nothing she didn't know. And just now, at the same place, Rena told me the same thing. My feeble attempt to disguise the fact my parents weren't home has served no purpose from the start. I should have just pretended to be out and not even open the door. My meager plans hadn't helped at all. In Hinamizawa, it was impossible to outwit them. Even though I was on the other side of the door, I wanted to get away as far away from Rena as possible. One step, two step, with each step, her sniveling apologies became more distant. Wow. I sprinted up the stairs and dove into my room. As you would expect, I was finally no longer able to hear Rena repeating her endless apology. Wait, let's watch the anime clip of that. Keiichi. In the original novel, the plot really gets going in a scene where a ghost woman is trying to get in a window, and the narrator, Mike, does something like this to the ghost hand. Ooh. Yeah, okay, this is crazy. Keiichi, your life's in shambles. Well, which is better to watch? Should I watch the movie or should I watch the movie or should I just read the book? But the book looks super old. And that's, I don't know. But I feel like, but you're like not the only person who told me about this. There was something in my bed. What? It was the receiver. I finally remember. I was in the middle of a call with Oishi-san. Looking at the clock, apparently not much time had passed since I went downstairs. Could it be that my clock had run out of batteries? I had talked with Rena for so long. How did almost no time pass? but the hand on the clock was ticking forward 1 second each second as usual. As I put the small, warm receiver in my ears, time which felt frozen began moving once again.
もしもし、大石さん。
大石さん。
お待たせしてすみませんでした。
いえいえ、大してお待ちしていませんよ。
It became apparent that the amount of time that had passed between myself and Oishi-san was different. Over the phone, I could hear an energetic voice from the sports program or something. It drove home just how far Oishi-san really was.
今、レナが来ました。
遊びに来たんですか?
Come to play. I wasn't confident that I could cordially explain the situation to Oishi-san, but I didn't need to right now. Right now, I needed to know about Rena. That's right, I was planning to ask Oishi-san more about Rena, but Rena's little visit had interrupted the conversation. Well, what was true and what was false, I couldn't tell. The only thing I knew was a single grain reality that Rena was suspicious. I might be able to figure something out if I asked Oishi-san about her. Up until now, I have regretted it whenever I forced myself to ask about things that I was better off not knowing. But looking at it that way, you could say I hit rock bottom. There was no possible way I could feel any more regret than I did right now. No, rather, I wanted to know if there was anything beyond this I would regret more. Forget about tomorrow. It wasn't out of the realm or possibility for something to happen tonight. I wanted to know everything I could. I was absolutely not going to die like this. Not without knowing anything. I definitely won't. I like the conviction. I understood that Oishi-san was talking in circles. A bit? Man, I dug so deep it would be hard to discuss with you since you're her friend.
その簡単な全てを知りたいんです。
あなたが聞いて面白いような話はありませんよ。
What do you mean? I'm in this. We're in this together. I gotta know everything.
大石さん。
I spoke as calmly as possible to Oishi-san, who was continuing to avoid the issue. And then I said it.
竜宮レナは怪しいと思っています。過去の事件がたとえお社様のたたりによるものだったにせよ、竜宮レナは関わっています。
レナさんが怪しいと思える具体的な証拠があるのですか?
I'm a victim. That's the proof. The manner in which Oishi-san spoke became very firm. Do you have some proof? That was him talking as a detective.
状況証拠だけです。
There's no way I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. What the heck?
そうですか。
I could tell even over the phone how disappointed Oishi-san was. Pulling on the fishing line when he felt a bite, wanting to reel in the bait, disappointed, but ready to cast the line once more. That's how it seemed. Ooh, this is a good analogy. Analogy?
目に見える証拠がなければ動けないんですか?
What I meant was, you can't come and save me without proof. I stuck that barb in there. Excuse me. As Oishi-san loved it roundabout ways of saying things, he understood me just fine.
大丈夫ですよ、前原さん。あなたは私が守ります。
Will you? That was not the least bit reassuring. Oishi-san was just using me to continue his investigation. I was just going to get killed, and my corpse would be an important piece of evidence. That was all I was to him. Oof, that's true though.
大石さんの捜査は俺の生死と無関係でしょうが、俺は死ねば終わりなんです。
Oishi-san went silent on the other end of the line. That may have been too blunt, but I didn't care. All I needed to rely to Oishi-san was that I was currently in a very dangerous position.
だから話してください。レナのこと。サトシは転校しました。多分俺もそれほど遠くない将来、レナのですが大石さんには俺の死体を見つけることもできないでしょうね。現にサトシの死体だってまだ見つけられてない。
前原さん、どうか落ち着いて。
I was already suppressing my agitation. Agitate what? Even without Oishi-san having to tell me. It wouldn't solve anything if I continued to scream about my mistrust in the police. It would seem that I could only depend on myself and the bat Satoshi left behind to protect myself. Then I at least wanted to know about what happened before Rena transferred schools.
つまらない話になるのは覚悟の上ですね。
That's up to me to decide. Oishi-san realized myself couldn't be swayed, finally caved.
今の俺にとってつまらない話は何一つありません。お願いします。
まずいくつかお断りすることがあります。
はい。
他言無用でお願いします。
Of course, like who would I say this to?
また内容には一部憶測も含まれているかもしれません。すべてが真実ではないかもしれないということです。よろしいですね。
Hello, Super Mew. Welcome to Higurashi Hell. No. This isn't hell at all. I mean, for Keiichi, definitely. Me, I'm just a great absorber. Is this your first time playing? I watched 3 seasons of the anime when I was in middle school, so I know about Higurashi, but I never played the game, but I did enjoy the anime. What episode are you on? This is I think this is 11. I think this is sub chapter 11 from chapter 1 of the first game. Yeah, I really love the anime, so I was like, okay, it's time to play the game. Hopefully, maybe the game will give me more info. Even though I watched it in middle school, some scenes are still vivid to me.
言ってる意味がよくわかりません。
Hinamizawaの連続開始事件は捜査本部がありません。
This is the one man. You should know that my friend and I like to bully Keiichi. We call him Keith. That's kind of crazy. Keith. Why Keith? But not gonna lie, Keiichi is annoying. But in this situation right here, I'm on Keiichi's side because there's like a lot of going on in him.
毎年の事件はここに扱われています。ですから、竜宮レナが捜査線に浮上したことは一度もないのです。
What do they mean?
つまりですね。
レナの調査は警察としてでなく。
So his name is Keith now. That's crazy. That's funny though. I'm playing a visual novel too. Which one? This is an investigation. Oh wait, did you already read that part?
個人として行ったということですか。
ご理解いただけて助かります。話のほとんどは電話、もしくは会って聞かせてもらったものばかりです。ですから裏が取れていません。鵜呑みにしないでほしいということなんですよ。
I'll try.
ご理解いただけますね。
全部聞いた話だけなんですか。
申し訳ないです。個人調査ですのでね。
Chaos Head! You know, I bought that game like so long ago on my PlayStation. Like, I'm very like isn't Chaos Head is part of the science series. Like the science series is Steins Gate, Robotic Notes, and the Chaos series. Chaos. Wow. I haven't played it, but I find it interesting, so I have it. It's on my roster.
あれ、以前レナのカルテを見たって言いませんでしたか。確かにそう聞きましたよ。
Oishi-san paused for a moment on the other end of the line.
そんなことも言いましたかね。
気は？
気のせいということにしてください。
What? What is he talking about? Oh, I guess we can't talk about that. I didn't care about Oishi-san having certain obligations or responsibility. I also didn't care if there was no proof. Even if there were just rumors, there's no smoke without fire after all.
話してください、大石さん。
わかりました。
I might try to get another ending out of Steins Gate 0 when I finish this. But it's cool that you're playing Chaos Head. Oishi-san finally opened those tight lips of his. It seemed that Rena lived in Hinamizawa a long time ago. She had moved to Ibaraki Prefectural just before starting elementary school. Then, following that, right after transferring, the unfortunate incident with the breaking of the school windows happened. Then Rena confided in the doctor it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. So, this was everything I knew. What? Are you serious?
では、どこを詳しく調べたんですか?
I didn't need to ask. It was the incident right before she transferred back to Hinamizawa.
レナが起こした事件と、その後の医者での告白ですね。
はい。
大石さんは、その内容を知っているからこそ、レナたちを疑っているんですね。
疑っています。
やはり、レナたちが犯人。
いえ、疑うとはそういう意味ではないんです。
Oishi-san was the type of person to say things with confidence, but these particular words were less than reassuring.
じゃあ、何を疑ってるんですか?
おやしろ様。
What?
おやしろ様のたたりって本当にあるのかな。なんてまあ。
Sorry, I wasn't at hell, so Chaos said the protagonist is Keiichi if he didn't have friends and was a loser who likes 2D women. My trans friend has decided that the protagonist is a trans girl, and that's who she is now. I also met Discount Oishi-san and Chaos said, that's crazy. Discount Oishi-san? Wait. So your trans friend said has decided that the protagonist is a trans girl, and that's who she is now. I talking about the main character from Chaos Head. His name is Detective Ban, and I believe. Oh, that guy. Wait, didn't they just have an? Oh, I got the other Chaos Head. What was that? What was it called again? Name is Detective Ban, I believe. Ah. I have the other Chaos Head thing. It's called Chaos Head. What's it called? I don't remember. It's the Science Adventure series. Oh, I have Chaos Child. Chaos Head was... I think Chaos Head was first, but I have Chaos Child. Not Chaos Head. I think it's Chaos Child. Yeah, Chaos Child I have. Chaos Head is with the other MC. Okay. Okay. Chaos Child is sequel. Yeah. I don't think they have Chaos Head in the PlayStation Store, so I might have to buy it on Steam. Oishi-san's laugh was quite dry, certainly not the kind that would make you want to join in. Oishi-san resumed the conversation. What time is it? Oh my god, it's almost 2 a.m. Oh my god. This chapter, I gotta finish this chapter. I've been streaming for 4 hours. After about the dubious circumstance behind Satoshi's disappearance, the course of events leading him to devolve into Rena's past. Just then there was a thunder in the distance, and a heavy rain started pouring down. Oh my gosh, here we go. Rena's gonna be outside in the pouring rain, looking us dead in the eyes and threatening us. It came without warning, a downpour fiercely beating the ground. I had left the window in my room open a crack to let the heat out. The violent wind danced into my room, making the curtains flap widely. I was waiting for this scene. I got up while still on the phone and grasped the window.
はじめに事件と申し上げましたが、学校側も被害者も告発していないので、正式には事件ではないのです。でですね、この辺りがどうも関係者皆さん口が重いんですよ。被害者の一人は片目に後遺症を残すぐらい殴られているのにもかかわらずです。学校側か、もしくは表沙汰になるのを望まない何者かがいろいろ手回しをしたのかもしれませんね。また カウンセリングを担当した神経科医も職業倫理に厳格な方で。もしもし、前原さん、聞こえてます？
What's going on? There was a figure of a person standing by the light near the mailbox this whole time. Yep, Rena. Even in this torrential rain, they didn't have an umbrella. They were unquestionably drenched from head to toe. In this shower, which would more resemble a waterfall, droplets of water dripped down from their hair. I can't. She's so crazy, but I love her. Okay, we're gonna watch a clip of this scene later. Just standing there, both arms dangling on her side. Look at you see that? I don't know if you can see that, but her fingers are bloody up from because I don't know, it's because Keiichi slammed the door on her finger. That's your daughter. In middle school, I was more of a fangirl of Rika. Rika was the girl. Rena and Rika were my girls. In one hand was a stack of boxes wrapped in cloth. Her eyes focused on my room, focused on me as I was about to close the window. Her mouth was methodically repeating a chewy motion. What? It was as if she had something hard to chew in her mouth, with her cheeks puffing out. What could she be eating over there? How could it be that at this time I was more enthralled by Rena instead of the shocking development being brought to light by Oishi-san? If it hadn't started raining, I wouldn't have gone to the window. Then I wouldn't have noticed Rena, nor would I have noticed that. Rena's mouth was moving in the same pattern. She wasn't eating something, she was repeating something. She's reading your lips! Bro, Keiichi, you're in dangerous territory. What was it? Wait, no. That couldn't be because, like, we didn't open the window. So she couldn't be reading our lips. What was she repeating? To me? What was she saying? And was I right up against the window, fixated on her? Hello? Hold on a moment. Oh, she's still saying that? Ooh, this is so scary. This is 2 in the morning. Even in this torrential downpour, Rena was still apologizing. Oh god. The other self inside me drew the curtains hastily with my right hand, blocking my view of the outside. But even doing that, Rena's relentless apology still reached my ears. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If I forgive you for this, will you forgive me for that? No. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. I'm sorry. 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 Oh god. I'm sorry. Damn it. Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't be forgiven? What can't what did you say? Why should I have to forgive her? I'm the one who wants to be forgiven. What part of me can't you forgive? I won't be killed. If you won't forgive me, then I won't forgive you either. I won't forgive. 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 Oh my god, you Jesus. Moshimosh. Nice. Split personality at the 7th mark. New trophy, falling on deaf ears, reign of apology. Dang. Okay, let's see the 2 new tips and that should be it. None. Maybe we'll see that clip of Rena apologizing. What the heck? Oh, I'm gonna have to figure out what episode it is. Oh my god. Okay, let me alright, let me see which episode that is, where she does that. Maybe I should watch Go, see what's going on. Oh, wait, wrong Higurashi. What was it? It was... No, it's not Kai, not Ray. Oh, When They Cry. Play the song. I love that song, if that's okay. I can't play that song. It's a good song, but I can't play that song because I'm streaming on YouTube also, and I'm gonna be annoying about it. So I gotta find the clip quickly. I would definitely love to play that song. Oh, shoot. Alright. I gotta go, but be safe. Thanks for coming in, Super Mio. Sorry. Oh, wrong one. Which one? This one. Here. Alright. These two clips, and then I get to relax in my bed. Or should I just play it.
よく映画などに登場しますが、簡単に言うとどのようなものでしょうか。
複数の人格を持つことによる逃避と考えられています。
That could be what she has.
多重人格は逃避の一つなのですか？
さようです。そのメカニズムは完全には解明されていませんが、精神を守るために脳が行う防御行動の一つではないかと考えられています。
例えば貧乏な人がお金持ちになった自分を想像するという現実逃避ってありますよね。これも多重人格なわけですか？
I don't think so.
極論はできませんが、講義的にはそう解釈できます。つまり誰にでもあり得る現象なのです。
その現実逃避の見境がなくなると二重人格になるのですか？
ちょっと難しいですね。そう提唱する説もありますし、否定する説もあります。諸説紛々です。
では精神医学の世界ではまだ多重人格というのは未知の解明されていない現象なんですか？
残念ながらそうなります。今後の研究が期待されます。
Another insert sequence with highly dubious psychology info. Honestly, it makes me feel like there's no really any supernatural thing going on. It's just people's minds are effed up in this town.
でも二重人格なんてなんだかかっこいいですよね。どういう人が二重人格になれるんですか？
This is giving me a hint that maybe Rena has a split personality. I mean, that honestly could make sense.
なれると言いますか、なりやすいと言いますか。最近の研究では、遺伝と死因が複雑に絡み合い、 中でも幼少期の育児体験が大きく作用するのではないかと言われています。
That would kind of explain why Rena probably has split personality because, you know, the divorce, I guess.
そういえばこの A 君も家庭に問題を抱えてるんですよね。気の毒に7つの人格を持つ青年 A。
7?
では VTR の続きをどうぞ。ですがその前にコマーシャル。
Right after these commercials. What? At the 7th Mart. Ooh. The 7th Mart was a bargain supermarket with food and alcohol. What's this, Keiichi? So many! There's no reason to get all the different kinds in there. Oh, this is when Rena was stalking him. I flop all the different colored cup noodles bowls into the cart.
最近のカップ麺は凝ってて種類も多いんだよ。どれも一通りは食ってみたいし。
The real thing, multiple personalities are based it on and can have 7 lots of times. Have 7 lots of times? Wow. I knew it was pretty selfish of me, but I thought I'd at least give it a try. Keiichi, buy them in the big case. It's cheaper. Dad faltered. Well, I had a feeling it will end up like this. Now that Dad had thrown his hat into the ring, I have to compromise.
それじゃあ一種類しか食えないよ。飽きちゃうって。
I was resting as a formality. I had already given up inside and wasn't sure which case of noodles to get. If you can't pick, then Mommy will pick for you. Aw, you don't have to rush me. I quickly searched the case of noodles for what I wanted. Pork bone and ginger large cup? Hey Keiichi, can't you get a more normal one? If I let Mom pick, she's on the side of safety, she'll get soy sauce or salt flavor. So when I plunk a large box of pork bun flavor in the shopping cart, Mom looked back at me when the expression was to say, these ones? To show her that this was my last compromises, I began explaining the choice.
豚骨はうまいんだよ。大盛りだけど大味ってわけじゃないし。
I remember insisting that the noodles I picked were the right kinds. Why did it get so dark? In this frozen memory and time, this encapsulated world, I didn't have the power to look around my surroundings. So I did what I could and reach out with my hearing and vision, sharpening my sense to find the presence I overlook. No matter how much I searched through my field of vision, I couldn't see Rena. I rewound the situation searching, but of course I couldn't find her. Creepy. Then, was she spying on me from my blind spot? I go through the sound and presence again, looking. I could sense the other customers. They were all mixed about, moving as they pleased. There was nobody looking over this way, and no one trying to get behind me. Not here. Couldn't be here. Probably wasn't here. I could definitely notice that someone was right behind me, even when I wasn't on my guard. I smiled wearily at the thought of using vague words like probably right before contradicting it with definitely. Then I paused my mental replay as a chill ran down my spine. There was definitely a presence like a shadow behind me. There was a terror unlike any other. If a presence really had manifested behind me, I would definitely have turned around to check on it. But the world had moved on, and there was no way for me to turn around. While carrying that frightening shadow on my back, I was gleefully running around the store, searching for a case of noodles. Running through the instant noodle section, bad-mouthing my mom, but there was that presence constantly at my back, sticking to me like a shadow. And no way to see what it was. Realizing it now, after the fact, it was horrifying and repulsed. In that moment of time, I was running around gleefully, carrying that cardboard box, tip-tap. But listening to that moments ago, I could hear footsteps other than mine, going pit-pat with every step. Tip-tap, tip-tap, tip-tap. See that? Look at that. All I did was watch a clip and then YouTube is getting so stupid about it. Oh, I can't have any fun. Tip tap, tip tap, pit pat, pit pat. Wish I could like cover YouTube's view or something in this or so annoying. While I was running, the sound of those barefoot footsteps going pit pat were right behind mine. Me running around gleefully in that closed off moment in time. But I didn't hear it. No, I heard it. That's why I remember it. I didn't think I had heard anything. That's why I didn't turn around. That is why I didn't turn around. In that moment, the pit pat of those footsteps were following me the entire time. I couldn't run faster and escape. I couldn't run any faster than I had run at the time. I couldn't turn around. I hadn't turned around before, not much. And then I returned and my parents started talking. The shadow-like presence was right at my back. Since I didn't move, the shadows didn't move. That is why it made no sound. That was all. At the time, I hadn't taken a single step while talking with my parents. I was just standing there. This was undeniable. And yet, I heard it. A pit-pat. That shouldn't be. If I took 3 steps, it followed 3 steps. Wasn't that the rule? There was no sound other than that. At that time, the entire world had gone dark. A sudden darkness. It was the end of my reflective journey. I was tired. I wanted to end it. Someone turned on the light. Except my body couldn't move. As if I was sewed into that moment in time. Pit, pat. My past self hair stood on end. That's impossible. Now that's just breaking the rules. I had to move. So you just shouldn't be moving either. I couldn't move. So you shouldn't be able to move either. Follow the rules. Pit, pat. Yet the sound echoed in the darkness once again. The hair on my back of my neck pricked on the end. It was so close, but that it was hard to tell whether it was touching the hair or not. Why couldn't I move? Like how the presence was moving behind me. I quickly realized I could move. It's just that I was scared and didn't want to. But now was the only time I could turn around. It was something unforgivable in this moment of time. But I needed to turn around immediately. As if my entire being was trying to force me to stop, it began to administer a pain-like needle being stuck into my every pore. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I'll turn around. I'll turn around. I'm not scared at all. I screamed. I was unable to vocalize. Whoa! I turned around. At first, I couldn't understand the meaning of it. What is this? Just as a person's mouth might bite into an apple, slurp the juice, and finally discover that it was an apple, my mind began to process the scene before my eyes by eating the apple. Munch, munch, chew, chew. Slurp the juice and discover the apple. Meaning, what was in front of me was... Oh. Ugh, so bright. What was it? Read all tips in Onikakashu? Yeah! I got a new trophy. Alright. I still hear the rain. I do not like that. Let me save. Alright, I saved and that's it. Oh, God. I got like, I think 4 trophies left to get. 3 trophies. 3 trophies left. Run from the truth of your crimes. Complete Onikakashu trophies. Enjoy Onikakashu after party. Oh. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Like, we have like 2 more chapters into finishing this game. I'll be playing Higurashi on Saturday at 9 p.m. again, Eastern time. Thank you guys so much for watching the stream. I hope you guys enjoy this long stream of me playing Higurashi, because like, oh my gosh, I did not think it was gonna take that long for the chapters. It's like 2 a.m. right now. Man, my back hurts. Alright guys, I hope you guys enjoy the stream. If you enjoyed this video, give it a like and subscribe for more, and press that bell notification if you want to see more of Yume and Nabi here, and check me out on my other socials, like my TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Blue Sky, I don't know, whichever platform you guys prefer. But yeah, thanks so much guys for watching. I'll see you guys soon. And let's see. Do I dare do a raid? Honestly, it's pretty late night, so I'm just gonna like, yeah. Yeah, it's late night.